Hi everybody. Everyone's in the wrong place, so I'm gonna have to move around some cameras. Let's do this first. We gotta get Foundry looking like it's supposed to, because it's not here. There we go. Now, let's see who needs to go to their proper corners. Ray is in the right spot. It is literally just Mike needs to get moved over here. Let's see, you're not Kolak. Nethy's Kolak right now.
No, you need to move Lucy up. That's why Zoe up a bit.
Alright, folks. There we go. We're all fixed. Oh, wait. So, how's everybody out there in Chatland? I hope you're doing well. This is our Tuesday stream. Or Wednesday stream. Wow, I'm a day off. It is Help Wanted. Yeah, Kolak's not here yet. So that's why you can't see him. Whenever Alex decides to show up, we'll add his camera to the mix. We've got a couple of small things going on. Nothing too crazy on the announcement front this week. As usual, when we hit 50 subscribers, we'll give away a set of dice. We are at, currently, I believe, 11. We did give away some dice this month already to Naihu, who is hanging out there in the chat. Yeah, it is the Wednesday stream, Pat. You're fine. It's fine. But yeah, we've got 11 subscribers. Once we get to 50 new subscribers, we'll give away a set of dice through our sponsor Farboco. They like to give all of you folks some dice, help us support the stream through some giveaways, and we help support their our local LGS, or my local LGS. We are at 456 followers right now, and we are trying to hit 500, and when we do, we're going to give away a copy of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, one hard-backed copy of the new Wizards of the Coast 5e book will be sent to one of you lucky followers who are hanging out in the chat when we hit 500. So, go down in the panels, find that little panel that has a link in it, copy that link, share it on social media, and yeah, you'll get you might get a copy of Tasha's. You might be one of our lucky winners. That being said, that's all the announcements we have right now. Otherwise, we're just playing D&D every week. Check us out. So, let's get started. Introduce our players. Fiona, you want to get the ball rolling for us this week?
Sure thing. My name is Fiona. I play Talus Ellison, everyone's favorite Awathan exile, who's just trying to bring the joy of necromancy to this backwater town.
Zoe?
Hi, I'm Zoe. I play Nethy, who is a ghost currently possessing Kolak, and she used to be possessing Lucy, who's another character I'm currently playing, who's just kind of a begrudged assassin at the moment.
Good.
Hi, I'm Mike. I play Mark, a ranger. Having personally missed the session last week and the shenanigans they're on, I have no idea how I'm going to cope this week.
You'll be fine. Hi everyone, I'm Emmy. I play Reyna, the half-elf fiendlock, who is doing her best to not set the wooden city on water on fire.
And I am Yokob. I play Vespasian, who is currently trying on masks in a marketplace, and waiting for his friends to catch up so we can either do some negotiation or do some damage, and I guess we'll find out here in a second.
And I'm the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master today. When last we left off, That's exactly right. The party had met up in the marketplace there in the center of Riverdam Raft, where all those nice little tents are hanging out right near City Hall. Vespasian is trying on some fake tribal Awathan masks, which are not hashtag official. And Talus has been extremely offended and has made a point of letting Vespasian know not to buy any of this junk. Everyone is gathered up here after the events with the Dragonborn that has entered the city of Riverdam Raft. Dragonborn are rare to begin with, but this one is wearing armor that is unlike any style or design crafted within Oridon. It was made from overlapping panels. That were red and gold in color. It wore a helmet that was specifically designed for a Dragonborn's features. And it sailed in on a ship that was different than anything that any of you had ever seen based on Vespasian's description. And the ship seemed to disappear from sight once the eyes were taken off of it. The Dragonborn marched through Riverdam Raft with a following of murmuring Denzians and entered into the town hall. Now all of you stand here trying to decide your next move. Meanwhile, Kolok is trapped within the depths of his own mind as Nethi bounces around in the red Dragonborn body of the supposed leader of Kolok's Crushers.
So just to clarify, the Dragonborn is gone at this point. He's inside that.
He is inside, correct.
Kolok, you made it. A little late.
Yeah, well, you know me, I'm like really big and slow because I'm huge.
I couldn't agree more. Your friend, he seems that he entered in the town hall. And
We should try to intercept him quickly, no?
I'm afraid it might be a little late for that. Seems that he is already inside. We could try, but I do not know if it would be successful. Here. Let's see if we can go catch him before he goes up to the top.
Woohoo, let's crash the
Interesting.
meeting! And I'm gonna run into town hall.
Oh god.
Kolok will also go, woohoo! And follow after.
Vespasian, feel free to make an insight check on that strange action. Or actually, what's your passive insight?
My passive insight is 17.
Okay, that's very unusual for Kolok to go woohoo and start running along with Reyna to rush into the town hall.
I'll give him an awkward eye, but part of me also, he's not. I guess is like I guess he's just as gruff. I'm just trying to imagine.
His voice is exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe
Is
he's just
every-
excited to go kill some people. I don't know.
That was a very excited and happy yipping, as opposed to his normal uh, you know, impassioned
Was he-
growling.
I know.
Was he drinking back at the end?
Honestly, I'm just more
God.
surprised that he didn't try to fight me on that.
Well,
Before
come on, we better get inside as well before these
they end up burning down that place. Yeah.
Yeah. Reyna and Nethy, as you rush into the town hall, Nethy, you notice that all eyes are on you. This is the second Dragonborn that people have seen in Riverdam Raft today, and you're getting unusual looks. As you rush in to the building, you see the armored and armed Dragonborn with a lockbox upon their shoulder, climbing the stairs to the second floor of the town hall. Quick, somebody kill that bot. Thank you, mods. I appreciate you. Okay, go ahead.
Just as Nethy, I'm gonna send a telepathic message to Vespasian that he'll just hear in his head. That's just like, wait, do we have a plan? What should I be doing?
This has never happened before to me. So, knowing that this can happen, but super taken back. And where is Lucy at this point?
Lucy's there, right?
Is she in front of me or behind me?
I think she's
Like,
she's
can I
behind
see
you,
her?
but she's right there.
Yeah, then I would probably turn to her and say out loud that we need to stop that Dragonborn. Or I would respond in my head, but looking at Lucy for sure the entire time.
In your head, you'll hear okay, how should I do that? And Lucy is just staring back at you with a look like, what are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me like this?
And then I'm gonna say, try to do it peacefully, or at least without destroying everything. And just kind of, because I'm still probably walking behind them. And just suggest to her that you should see if you can enter his mind and suggest him to give us the box in a peaceful manner, but if not, force might be necessary.
Nethy will say back, okay, yeah, I can try that. And then I'm gonna now send a telepathic message to the other Dragonborn. And I'll be like, hi, are you busy at the moment? Do you have time for a little chat?
The Dragonborn stops in his tracks and slowly scans the town hall. Who has come into my mind? This is...
You can call me Nethy. What's your name?
He's just slowly scanning. His eyes land upon the Dragonborn, not because he thinks that's where the sound is coming from, but because he did not expect to see another here in this place, especially dressed so unusually in his mind. How are you doing this?
I mean, I can't really explain the science and/or magic behind it, but it's just a thing I do. You know, there's probably stuff you do, like breathe fire.
I do not breathe fire.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry for assuming. But you still like breathe. So it's like that.
Who are you
I'll-
in here? Are you looking at me and watching me? I do not like.
Yeah, I can see you. Oh, sorry. Did
I
I
do
not
not
listen?
like speaking to someone when I do not know who they are. This trickery is dishonorable.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trick you. I mean, we can just talk. You can go outside the hall. My friend Vespasian's there. He's a good talker.
I have met this Vespasian, and I informed him
Oh, nice.
that I have an important meeting with the mayor of this city, and that we can converse at a later time. Obviously, he and his friends lack respect.
Oh, I'm sorry to disrespect you. What can I do to? What?
I'll step over to Talus and quietly say, "How quietly could you cast suggestion on him?"
I bet I could do it without anyone noticing.
I think we could suggest one to come with us.
Sounds like a sensible plan. Talus, have we all, as the secondary body of the party, kind of entered the town hall at this point, or is it still just
That's up.
Kolok?
I mean, did you guys? You guys said you were following them, right? That's not that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
He
Talus is going to say, sort of at the Dragonborn, not really knowing that there's a psychic communication going on right now. Excuse me, sir. I think we have important business to discuss, and it would be best if you came with me and had a chat before your meeting. And he is going to cast suggestion.
okay.
Oh.
Let's see how this goes.
How wise is a Dragonborn?
I don't know. He seems like a smart cookie.
How close are you guys to the Dragonborn, would you say? How close is?
I don't know. He was going up the stairs and then stopped.
Yeah, he's like halfway up the stairs. You guys are in the hallway itself. You're probably within. You're not. You can get within 30 feet of him pretty easily, right? Without it being an issue. I don't have a stat block for him right yet, so.
I was trying to figure out how far away everyone is from this, like the first group versus the second group versus this Dragonborn.
Yeah, that's fair. So I am just going to roll a d20 and add what modifier I think makes sense. What is the DC for your spell? Your suggestion? Talus?
Was what, 16?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What is your spell save DC?
Oh, yeah, the spell DC is 16.
Okay. He looks to you and says, "If this business is, in fact, urgent, I am sure that the mayor will understand the delay. I shall come with you." And he begins to walk back down the stairs in your direction.
Indeed, good sir. I think he will be more than understanding in my appreciation of our good mayor. But first, yes, walk with me. I wish to speak with you. And he's going to sort of start half walking towards the door to kind of indicate to the Dragonborn, like, come outside, walk with me, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh yeah, he walks up alongside of you. "What is your name, good sir?"
My name is Talus Ellison. I come from the Avothan clan of the Winter Volks. What is yours?
"I am Shelinor Drid Balsashi."
It is an honor to meet you. I understand you have a meeting with the mayor, yes?
"It is why I have arrived in this floating city."
Are you aware of the mayor's current condition?
You walk outside with the Dragonborn. He is still carrying the object on his shoulder, and he raises one brow ridge as you ask that question.
You see, it has come to my attention of late that our dear mayor is not quite himself, if you catch my understanding. Indeed, it has been raised to me and other concerned individuals that perhaps the one posing as mayor is not, in fact, who they say they are. And he will say this part after they have walked a little bit away from the town hall.
The Dragonborn he asks you, "Are you concerned about this potential deception? Or are you simply making sure?"
Personally, or
What's that? Go ahead. I'll let you go.
oh no, you can finish what you were saying.
Oh, he was going
Okay.
to ask. He finished his the finishing part of his question. The other half of his question was, "Are you simply making him aware? Are you concerned about this, or are you just making me aware of it?" Is basically what he asks.
I am concerned, personally. I have reason to believe that I will be quite honest. I do not know what delivery you intend to make. It is not my business. But I simply wish to ensure that that delivery truly goes to the one you wish it to. I know the location of one who I believe to be the true mayor. So if you were not made aware of this deception previously, we could lead you to him, and your delivery would be in much safer hands.
I know to whom I bring my gift. This one,
I-
this other mare that you speak of, who you believe to be the true mare. Where can he be found? I will not go off with you, stranger, to meet this other mare. Simply tell me where I can find him.
Can I attempt an insight check to try to parse where his loyalties lie? Because he said he knows who he's delivering to.
Sure. Give me an insight check.
I was also gonna say, is there anyone like following us?
I was.
I will need, if you are looking to see if anyone is following you, if Merrick is doing the same, feel free to make perception checks. Talus, he is being evasive about where his loyalties lie. So no, you cannot tell where his loyalties lie, but you can tell that he is purposely being evasive.
My friend, you must understand, I do not wish to endanger one who could potentially be an ally, but nor do I wish to deceive you, who I view with the same light. So I will tell you this. There is an encampment outside the city. I will not give you its location. Not yet. What I would ask of you first, without malice, I do not seek to determine simply if you are friend or foe. But if you know to whom you deliver, may I ask why you deliver to them?
You may not.
That is a shame. I should have thought ourselves to be great potential friends. We are strangers in this place. But, yeah, I can accept this.
Potential friends are not yet friends.
I'll be your friend now.
Ray and Merrick, you have noticed that there are a couple of halflings that have come out of the town hall and are purposely trying to be unobtrusive while keeping far too interested an eye on you and yours.
Where is the rest of the group at this point? Have they been kind of walking with us?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming this conversation is a casual stroll while talking through the center of town, and the rest of the party can tell me how close or far to your conversation they are. Like, how far are they hanging back? Are they ahead? Where they've gone? And are you just walking kind of around the square, or are you walking in a direction with some kind of intent?
No, I think the main intent is just to lead a little ways away from the town hall, so that if he does, turn around, it still gives us some extra time. And assuming Nepi Kolak is close enough, I think Talus is going to turn to them and say, "My dear leader, whom I respect very much, I would ask that you use your more recent, unusual abilities to assist me, if you understand my meaning." And then he's going to turn back to the other Dragonborn and say, "I truly do hope that we can become friends shortly, and that our intents do not go against each other. But for now, my friend, I must simply ask of you one more thing."
He waits suspiciously. His hand is
You
now
will
his
his hand is there.
so he's holding this lockbox on one shoulder like this, and his other hand has now just kind of casually been placed upon the pommel of the sword at his hip.
So Talus is going to say, "You will open your mind to outside influence." And he's going to cast Suggestion again. And essentially, what he is attempting to do is to prime this man to become possessed.
Ooh. Ooh.
So while that's happening, as Marek will actually kind of step off to look at one of the stalls, and if I can get into somewhere where it's a doorway or somewhere quiet, I will. No one can really see me. I will pass disguise self on myself, change my appearance to be a bit more human and a bit more calmer clothes, and then I will begin to follow the two halflings that are following us.
Okay, give me I guess it would be stealth to kind of slip out of sight, to change your features. Okay. Asking the creature, the suggestion must be worded in such a manner as to make the course of action sound reasonable. Asking the creature to stab itself, throw itself onto a spear, immolate itself, or do some other obviously harmful act ends the spell. Yeah, I'm gonna make a wisdom save. Let's see what happens. It succeeds 17.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Lethea's gonna telepathically speak to Talus and be like, "Wait, which new power you mean? Do you mean like possessing, or should I like teleport somewhere, or talk to him again?"
Talus is going to reply with the possession. I want you to possess him.
Okay, I can try that. Sure.
When you cast the suggestion and it fails, the Dragonborn warrior will draw his sword and take 2 steps back from you.
Nethi
leveling
is
the blade
gonna
forward.
try to possess him as soon as he draws his sword.
Okay. What is your spell save DC?
It is 15.
You fail to possess him. 19 to resist the possession.
I'll telepathically say to Talus, sorry, try again later.
Hey, put the sword away. We don't need to fight. Raina's like trying to calm everyone down.
The Dragonborn levels his blade in Talus's direction. "I do not know what your plot is, but Your desire for friendship has been thwarted by the acts of you and your allies. Kolok, if you tried to possess this Dragonborn, then you have had to come out of Kolok to do so, by the way.
Oh, that's true. Did I need to materialize?
I don't know if you needed to materialize, just... Actually, let me see something. I want to double check the possession real quick. Or at least how I'm running it. I guess it doesn't. It just says one humanoid that the ghost can see within 5 feet of it must succeed on a charisma saving throw or be possessed by the ghost. So it doesn't say that you have to not already be possessing a body to do that. I guess you could just switch from body to body.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just chill in Kolok then. You know, as you do.
Yeah.
Reyna will look at the Dragonborn and be like, hey, I had nothing to do with their ill attempts. Like, I sincerely want to be your friend.
I sincerely wish to be your friend too, but I understand where you're coming from.
You have a strange way of showing this. And the Dragonborn is going to start moving back towards the direction of the town hall and say, do not follow me again.
I'm gonna cast Polymorph on him.
Oh god. Okay, he is moving from indifferent to hostile at this point. Once he tries to save against the spell. What is your DC and what does he have to... What kind of save does he have to make?
So it is going to be a wisdom save of 16.
Okay. He's been rolling pretty high so far.
So time for him to roll low, I guess.
Could I try to mind sliver him to make him lose a d4?
Yes. Does he have to roll against that as well?
Yeah, it's a 15 intelligence.
He fails both now.
Yes, he's a bunny. He's a bunny.
He is a bunny.
A bunny who has just taken psychic damage.
Catch that bunny!
No, he got the psychic damage first and then became the bunny. Because roll the d4 to roll your d4 against him to subtract it. Okay.
Well,
Yep, he fails. He is a bunny.
I'm gonna collect the bunny in my arms.
The chest and the sword that he was holding both have transformed into the bunny with him. So he is just a very lumpy bunny.
Damn.
That's fine. It's better than not having.
You have taken the bunny captive. How long does polymorph last?
I don't know. Let me share it.
It's a while.
Concentration up to an hour.
Merrick, you have disguised yourself, and are still keeping an eye on these two halflings that are observing the party. Are you doing anything?
I'm just kind of trying to sort of circle so that I'm reasonably close to them, but obviously I'm looking like I'm slightly agog at the Dragonborn as well, so I'm trying not to look like I'm looking at them. I'm just watching what their reactions are, particularly when one of them turns into a bunny.
Yeah. Give me a perception check. You see the bunny transformation, which throws you off guard for a moment, and then when you look back, only one of the halflings are still where you had been watching them. The other has... You've lost sight of the other. Oh.
We should go.
Yeah, I think it's best that we leave town for a little bit.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah, Alex.
Lost track of time. My bad.
It's okay. You've been possessed.
Yes, that's true.
I made sure not to do the prank just for you.
That's good.
So
I
yeah,
get to do it. Yay!
You were almost dispossessed.
I
We
was
just
kind of
start
shimmying the group toward the docks.
I'm very happy with the bunny, so I'm just like petting the bunny as I walk with the group.
Okay.
Yeah, Alice is gonna go with.
Okay. I'm going to shift around some cameras real quick. Now that we have Alex here. And you will start heading towards the docks. Which direction? There's docks everywhere.
How close are the docks that we originally came in on?
South of you. If you scroll out, or if you zoom out a little bit, you can see where you're... you can see where the dancing fox is.
Yeah.
There, the docks near to the dancing fox there.
I'll be. Is this
I
what's the other halfling doing when the party starts to move?
Following them.
I'll begin following the halfling. I take it there's quite a lot of other people still around at the moment.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's a pretty big space, and people are gawking at the fact that the Dragonborn was transformed into a bunny, because it's not like people weren't paying attention to the Dragonborn while it was standing there in town. So everybody is like, all eyes are on the party as this insanity has occurred. People gasped in surprise. This is not a very stealthy series of events.
No.
Should I cast Fireball somewhere else?
No. Let's just get to the docks. We gotta find a boat out of here. Though, I will let you cast Fireball at any boats that decide to chase us.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and then we're just gonna head kind of pushing the group, nudging the group to go to the docks to the south is what we're gonna be moving at a very quick, that reasonable pace where you're walking fast but still trying not to have eyes look at you.
Yeah, I
pace
know
that
what you're
we're moving
doing.
at.
I get what you're saying. You're all walking as rapidly as possible. You cross that bridge in the southeastern corner of the center of town, and there are, as you've moved through the crowd, kind of giving that, like, trying not to be suspicious, but failing, glancing around. You do notice that you are being like everybody around you is like gasping and pointing at the bunny until you get out of the town square.
I will be showing the bunny off to Nethi Kolak, being like, look at our new friend!
The halfling is still following the group the entire time. Merrick.
I will
Yeah,
kind of
at
move up
this point-
towards the halfling a bit, as if I'm also watching, following the group just out of awe. But I'm looking for a point where the halfling might be by himself, or there's not too many people looking around.
That is, well, which route do you take, actually? Gang, which route are you taking to get to those docks?
The most direct one.
You don't really know the town very
I'd say
well,
like the
right?
main route, because I think the only one who really explored was Merrick and Vespasian.
Yeah.
So are you kind of coming like this? Can you see my measurements?
Yep.
Yeah. It's essentially, but we wouldn't be going. Yeah, it'd be like as now. Yeah, basically straight shot docks from there. Yeah.
Right.
That's. I'd imagine that would be like the
Most
route
direct
we would-
route. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be. So you are taking the most direct route, and so Merrick, this halfling is just kind of sticking with the everyday hustle and bustle of the town, which is jovial and busy, and so he is attempting to like blend into the crowds around him, but not trying to like get somewhere out of sight. Just trying to trying to do exactly what you're doing to him. He is trying to do to the party, right?
I'll just keep following him. Actually, I'll keep him in sight, but then I'm going to kind of look behind to see if there's anyone else beginning to follow as well.
Sure. Give me. I mean, you look around. What's your passive perception?
Passive 16.
Okay. You look around behind you, and you don't catch any sight of. As you're looking around, you don't catch anybody moving in the same suspicious manner that this halfling was. No one's tailing you. Nobody's moving in on the party.
Okay, I'll keep following the halfling then.
Okay. When the party gets to the docks, they start to... tell me what you do when you get to the docks.
Is there what kind of boats are at the docks?
They're like rafts. The rafts that bring you in and out of town. There are also some like small fishermen's boats, and some kind of river boats, like trade, if that makes sense. Did we lose Talus and Lucy, I guess?
Yes, it looks.
We did.
Do you want to wait for them to come back?
Why don't we take a... Oh, there they are. There they are. They're here. They're back. Can you hear us, guys?
That's always the question, whether or not we can get them to hear us, or they can hear, or you can hear them.
Hello?
Hi,
There we
we
go.
can hear you.
About that.
That's okay. We just wanted to, make sure it was all good.
What did we miss?
You guys have gotten to the docks, and I asked what you're doing at the docks, and Vespasian is looking to see what kind of boats are docked there.
We'd probably grab the one that's
Lucy's gonna ask Vespasian.
What's Lucy gonna ask? Oh no.
okay. While they're doing this, and I don't know which one's Lucy, not Lucy.
I think it's actual Lucy who's gonna ask, not Lucy, not
Yeah.
Lucy.
Oh, it's Lucy. Actual Lucy. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, actual Lucy asked Vespasian, what is the plan?
The plan currently is just to get off this barge alive. After that, we can question our friend and see what he was going to deliver to the town hall. But right now, we just need transportation.
So there's
And-
a couple of rafts. There's some fishing boats, and there's some like trade ships, like river boats. Here.
Is there something that can like essentially get past? I'm just looking for something that is easily accessible that can will be operated with a minimal crew, minimally trained crew to get across this river to the other side, essentially where we had originally first come over the docks.
I mean, you can
That's-
take one of the rafts. It's just that the rafts are like for public use, right? It's just a dude with a couple of dudes with like poles that push it across the water.
Yeah, so the party could just go on the raft and pay the guy to take them across.
Yeah.
across
That's
the
what
shore.
we're gonna do then.
Okay.
We're gonna get on the raft, pay the man. Well, pay the man.
Okay. It's a couple gold to cross the river. Merrick, they get on board one of the rafts. The halfling is going to wait until they're comfortably boarded, and then if other people start to get onto the raft, publicly, like just the general public, it's going to also move to get onto the
So
raft.
I'll begin. Is he going on? So I'll begin to move towards him, and what I'm going to do is essentially trip and fall into him to sort of knock him to the side. So to see if we can stop him getting on the raft at the last minute.
Okay, give me a shove attack.
Shove him in the water. Shove him in the water.
I was going to shove him in the water if we crossed the bridge and there's nobody looking. Or that was my other.
You're just trying to bump him off the away from the raft, right?
Yep. Yeah. Essentially, as if I've tripped up in the street and just bumped into him.
Okay. So that's a 9 to hit. So you go to bump into him and you just kind of like misjudge because the halfling is so much shorter than you. And he just he slips onto the raft and you slip on. Are you getting on behind him? You do it in such a way that's like
Oh, I'm really sorry. Sorry about that.
yes.
Decks are slippy here.
He gives you a look, like a dirty look, and then just gets on board the raft.
I'll get on and sort of look. I'm sorry, and sort of sit down, kind of, or stand sort of nearby him.
He's gonna attempt to move away from you into the crowd. Being a halfling, he can move into the space of other creatures. So he's going to now, just kind of try and move away from you.
Okay,
See
I'll let him go, but I'll try and keep an eye on him.
Okay. So basically, the party is trying to get out of town without being noticed while being watched, and while the watcher is
everyone.
being watched. Okay.
Yep.
The raft takes a little time to get to the other side of the river, and people begin to unload onto the main road. The halfling gets out with everyone else and tries to disappear into the crowd. So I'm going to roll a stealth roll for him against your passive perception, Merrick, as you are watching him.
So 16.
And you watch him kind of try to slip out of sight amongst the dispersing dispersing crowd, and then you see him You see him leave the road to try to slip into the tree line nearby once he thinks he's out of sight of the party. But you watch as this happens. You notice it very easily. Not a lot of other people do, but you notice it. The rest of you have disembarked from the raft onto the shore opposite the town, opposite the floating city of Riverdam Raft on the shores of the Vidrin River. You can determine where you're heading. Yeah, tell me what your plan is from here. And Merrick, what your plan is as well.
I'm just busy petting the bunny and like showing it off to Nephi Kolak.
Yeah, that polymorph's gonna last maybe another half hour.
Kolak is gently petting the bunny.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go up to Kolak and say we need to get to a place where we can interrogate. This
About
buddy.
that, Vespasian, they have something that I should probably tell you.
Kolak, you're still possessed, you know.
I know.
I sent these lines, don't worry.
Ah, okay. I didn't know what was going on.
There's something I should probably tell you. Maybe you should take care of all this, because I want to follow my dream of opening my own bakery. I'm going to call it Kolak's Crumpets. I realize that Riverdam Raft, it's just the perfect place to start my journey, so I'm going to leave the Crushers, and I hope you'll take care of everything the way that I would. I think now is probably a good time for us to separate.
What is going on with you? I'm just gonna roll. See what's going on.
I think Nephi herself is just laughing so hard that just like unintentionally just kind of pops out of Kolak and is no longer possessing him, and this ghost is just like laughing.
Oh my god.
Do I see Nephi there popping out in a ghost form?
Yeah, you see a tiefling in a maid outfit. That's a ghost just laughing her butt off.
Rana will also be laughing. Be like, Nephi, that was amazing.
Right,
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be like, whoa, and jump back and kind of draw my rapier and like, who are you?
Reyna will flick Vespasian's forehead again.
We're all friends. We're all friends. No. This is a good ghost. Nobody attack the ghost.
Sorry, Vespasian. I just really wanted to prank you. I thought it would be funny, and it was.
Sorry,
I was very
Vespasian,
right.
I just really wanted to prank you. I thought it'd be really funny, and it was.
I think Nephi has come out of Kolak at this point.
Yeah, Kolak, you are Kolak.
Yeah,
I am
I've
depossessed.
materialized as
You're
a ghost now,
depossessed.
so you're you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nephi was laughing so hard, she lost control of your body and came out of you, just kind of floating up and laughing hysterically.
Kolak's Crumpets, huh?
Well, it's not a bad dream, but
No, it's not. Just look. Let's just go somewhere where we can like private off the main road, so that we can handle the polymorphed Dragonborn.
He's gonna be really upset that I turned him into a bunny.
Yeah, probably. But you know what? That's gonna be the least of our worries. Here.
I would be grateful.
I'm watching the halfling, and I think these guys are walking away. So how much of that did I actually see?
I would say you've probably heard the whole thing go down, but I don't know how much of it you're watching.
Aware of?
Yeah, because this halfling is like, you're watching this halfling like just stay in the shadows of the trees, and if the party starts moving, and I'm not sure which direction they're headed in, but if the party starts moving in a particular direction, the halfling is just going to like stay as parallel to them, hidden amongst the tree line as possible. What is everybody's passive perception?
17.
17.
Okay. Vespasian and Reyna, you were also distracted by the practical joke. So that is good to know. What is Talus and Lucy's passive perceptions? We lost them again, didn't we?
Yeah. We'd probably be heading for general direction, just to give you an idea. We're going to be heading back toward the place where we were originally ambushed on the road,
Mm-hmm.
and then probably off at that point.
Okay.
But I'm gonna let the party head off, and I'm gonna let the halfling begin to follow them, and then I'm gonna try and do exactly what he's doing is shadow him from slightly further in the forest.
Okay.
Like given that forest terrain's one of my favorite terrains.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth roll to stay out of sight as you do this.
Jeez. Well, unfortunately, I've not been in the forest for a few months, so I'm kind of forgetting there's branches on the ground.
All right. We're gonna take a quick break right here. See if we can't get Fiona and Lucy back, and or Fiona and Zoe back, and we'll be right back. we're back, and I'm pretty sure that everybody's here now. Lucy and Talus, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
I love how you said that like Talus, both of you.
I know I've started doing the Talus voice just like more like in my everyday life because I live with Fiona. It's catchy.
It is actually a disease I contracted, and it's highly infectious.
I hear there's a lot of that going around this time of year. God, that's so morbid. I'm so sorry.
That's great.
Jesus.
So we have a bunny.
You have a bunny. You've crossed the river. You are back on the shores of the River Vidrin. Talus and Lucy, what are your passive perceptions?
I'll tell you one thing, Talus is not.
Mine is 11.
They're both at 11.
Okay. That being said, none of you who had to deal with the Kolok Crumpets joke are aware of the halfling's presence whatsoever, and you have no idea where Merrick is at all. And you are heading in the direction, I'm assuming, you said, of where you were ambushed, and maybe beyond that point.
Nothing's gonna dematerialize just because I don't want to freak random people out by them seeing a ghost. But I'm gonna telepathically speak into Kolok's brain that's like, hey Kolok, thanks for letting me possess you. It was really fun. It must be really fun being all big and strong, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, maybe we hold off on doing that again anytime soon.
Sorry, I had to do the bakery prank. You understand.
That wasn't just that, honestly.
So, who are you?
So I'm kind of Lucy, but I'm kind of not Lucy, and that I actually hate Lucy, but I was using her body for a while because I hate her, but now I'm not because she kicked me out.
So then, who is she? And I'm gonna point at Lucy.
She's a bitch, to be honest.
Long story short, Lucy, as he points to Lucy, killed Nethy, as I point to the ghost, and as payback, Nethy possessed Lucy. We have only ever known Nethy possessing Lucy. We have never actually known Lucy.
I knew Lucy when she killed my dog.
Lucy
Yes,
is just like
Alex.
letting out a long sigh and doing her best to just like put her head down and just avoid the situation.
Who's the telepathic one?
That's Nethy.
I am.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm starting to understand what's going on. And you let her possess you?
You think I just let it happen? You really think I had a choice in the matter?
All right. Well. All right. We'll deal with this later. I'm just gonna kind of like walk away from the situation.
Yeah, we should hurry up before this
Like,
bunny
rubbing
in my
my
arm
forehead.
turns into a dragonborn.
You,
Yeah.
when you reach the point of ambush, one of the bow-wielding halflings steps out and calls out to all of you. You know the drill, I hope.
No, what drill?
Yes, we have a prisoner. Though, I think it's best that we interrogate him off the road. And maybe away from your camp.
The others
Such a
of you,
place.
yeah, the others of you don't recognize what's happening here, but Kolok and Vespasian, you recognize this halfling as one of the ones who was kind of directly taking was more closely interacting with the leader of the group of halflings that you met with.
Right.
How do I know how do I know you are who we think you are?
What exactly are we supposed to tell you?
Do you want to see me summon a dead?
Do you want me to cast Fireball again?
No, 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 no.
All right. Look.
We know the mayor. We know about the mayor. We've talked before.
Well, so would they. They would also know about the mayor.
Yeah, that's true. Either you can be part of this interrogation or not. Honestly, I don't care as long as you don't try to kill us again.
All I'm saying is, you know that we know that you know about the mayor.
All right, this is already getting annoying.
I have a headache.
All right.
He
let's
wa-
swap
he
around
he
here.
waves
All
you.
right,
He
we'll
waves
dial
you to
up.
follow.
We'll dial them up.
He waves you to follow.
Okay. Yeah, we sigh relief, and then we're gonna follow. Or I'm gonna follow. Sticking close to Ray and the bunny. How much time do we have? Like. Right now?
You have about 15 minutes of bunny time left.
Do you think could we make it to camp?
Yes.
Because I guess I know the distance.
Yes, you can make it to the camp. And still have
Is it
some bunny time.
wise to go to their camp in case our prisoner escapes and knows the location?
We keep this prisoner surrounded, and it's not going to be an issue.
There's
Don't
no
talk
risk
about
without
Mr.
reward.
Bun Buns like that.
And
Try
then
not to get
during
too
the
close to him, okay?
yeah.
Oh my god, prisoner Bun Buns. The halfling that you're following, Merrick,
Yep.
continues to follow the party at a distance, watching where they're going. When he sees the other halfling emerge from the trees, he kind of stops for a minute and watches. And then as the party moves forward, he continues to follow. He's made no move to make his presence known or to harm anyone. He is simply following.
How far away from him am I roughly?
How far would you stay away from him, roughly?
Yeah, I probably need to be about 100, 150 feet to keep him in sight. I'm gonna, particularly being a halfling.
Okay. No problem.
I'm gonna try and move closer to him.
Okay. If you're moving, if you're trying to get closer, give me a stealth roll then.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. You slip closer to the halfling that is pursuing your associates.
So I will very quietly draw my two scimitars and step up behind him and it's time to stop following. Make your presence known, and I'll actually step out so he can see me.
He
The scimitars.
in a very like swift, fluid motion, he draws a hand crossbow and faces you. There's definitely shock on his face, having heard you, because he didn't hear you until you wanted to be heard.
Drop the bow and you get to live.
You think you're faster than my shot, eh?
Take your best shot if you want. That'll be the last one you make.
Doesn't have to be faster than your shot, honestly. I can just run you down if you want, if you prefer.
I mean,
I haven't eaten anyone in a while.
the having been noticed. This is not the halfling that met you, that was leading you to camp. This is
No, this-
the one from town that has been spying on your group since you've taken the bunny. Give me a intimidation roll, Merrick.
But as intimidating as the bunny.
Look, I'm just gonna back away and head back the way I came, and you just...
No, I don't think so. You're coming with me.
I don't know if that's a great idea for me. I don't see myself coming out of this any way that's not bad if I go ahead and follow you where you're going.
I never said it was going to be bad for you. It's going to be bad for you if you don't, though.
Oh, definitely.
Are we close enough to even hear this converse?
Yeah, I don't know, because the halfling was like watching from a distance, so I don't think you guys are right there. I think you guys
Fair
are
enough.
headed into the camp, right? So,
I mean, the extent of it is all we know is that, I mean, we would have seen Merrick on the boat with us, but then disappearing would be kind of part of his MO a little bit.
yeah, he
so
slipped into the woods, out of everybody's...
it would have been something that would have been...
Yeah,
I don't know if you noticed him do it, but that would have been a pretty easy assumption to make. But
Yeah.
You wouldn't have stolen when the board member had disguised himself up. So
Yes,
you
he's
wouldn't have
disguised. He doesn't even
okay.
look like Merrick right now.
oh, never mind then. Yeah,
Yeah.
then in that case,
What
I
with Merrick?
Yeah. As I said, you guys... Merrick disappeared when you guys got the bunny. And has not been there since. So all of you were headed to the halfling... The Mayor Puddlefoot's encampment is where all of you were headed. This is happening back off the road. This halfling has been following you at a distance, watching what's going on, and Merrick was following him at a distance, and Merrick just closed on him and confronted the spy. Right, that's what's going on here. Meanwhile, the rest of you have just entered the halfling, the Puddlefoot encampment. So
when this is happening, I would have gone up because I didn't want to interrupt what that was going on. I would have gone up to Ray, and asked, been very, very cautious in my wording of attempting to, Ray, and I'll pull out a length of rope and be like, do you mind if I tie up the bunny's legs? I promise I won't hurt it, just in case.
You have a very suspicious way of speaking.
Ray will protectively move the bunny away. I know he's going to not like me when the spell wears off, but I think I still have a little more time to have him as Mr. Bun Bun. Then you can tie him up.
Alright. But if he tries to escape, when he turns back into not liking you, I'm sure you'll be able to take care of it. And then I'm just gonna back away and throw the rope back over my shoulder and walk into camp.
I'll just keep.
Lucy
heading
just kind of
to-
says, almost to herself, I think she'll probably end up setting the forest on fire.
Wait, did you say that Reina could hear you? Because if so,
Yeah, she says it out loud. And it's not loud, but she still says it out loud.
no, Lucy, only if you're in the fire.
That actually makes her chuckle a little bit.
So back with the halfling, I'm going
Yes.
to. I'm going to use bonus action, so I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike, and I'm going to, as the spell says, move like the wind straight up to the halfling, and have my put the two scimitars right against them. It doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
Oh, nice. Okay. You suddenly like you move in a blur, and in shock, the halfling just kind of like drops his hand crossbow. Oh, yeah. All right. I can see a point. Or both of them.
Well done. And I'll hold in one of the scimitars against him. I'll push the other one away. I'll just pick up the crossbow, turn around and start walking.
Yeah, but my legs are kind of short. You're gonna have to,
What, do you want me to tie them up and I'll carry you?
No, I can walk. And
Keep moving.
after you all have gotten to camp, and Mayor Puddlefoot comes up to both. What's that?
I was going to say this guy's cell will have dropped now as well.
Okay. Mayor Puddlefoot walks up to all of you with a few of his entourage. Well, what have you got?
Does anyone in the little encampment look injured at all?
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
House is just checking.
Yeah, you look around and everybody seems to be in fair condition. Mostly what these halflings have been doing is like kind of a Robin Hood type deal. So no real combat other than with all of you. At least that's the way it seems from what you see as you look around. As Mayor Puddlefoot approaches, he says, "Back so soon. Do you do what we asked you to do?"
Not quite. Though we do have someone that might be able to answer our questions, and points at the bunny.
I'm rubbing the bunny's ears in my arm.
The halflings that have approached you kind of give each other a side-eyed glance and look back at you, and it's just like, oh, this is a joke, right?
Just wait until the bunny turns back.
He smirks. All right.
I've never
And
seen magic before.
he nods. After a few minutes, Merrick walks into the camp with a prisoner of his own.
Oh, Merrick, there you are. Did you meet Mr. Bun Bun?
As she asks
no.
that, Reina, when you ask that, what are you doing with the bunny?
Holding him up Simba style.
The bunny, being held up Simba style, transforms into a dragonborn in her hands.
He actually said it.
And now there is a dragonborn carrying a chest in over one arm, with Reina's hands in its armpits, as it like materializes before you, Merrick.
Roll.
I will take a step back at this point. Keep an eye on a little scruffy halfling so it doesn't run off.
Several members in the camp also kind of take a step back, and so does that halfling that you have prisoner as this happens. And the Dragonborn is holding a sword in one hand, having drawn it before being polymorphed, and he just kind of like roars menacingly.
It's a big bunny.
Oh no. I am so sorry about that.
He turns quickly to you, like leveling his sword against everyone and looking around in a defensive manner. In mechanical terms, he takes the dodge action essentially and is just kind of like keeping his blade up towards everyone. Where have you taken me?
Everyone calm down.
Got a bit too much bass in your voice for somebody who's been taken hostage.
This has gone too far. Return me to the city.
Did you not like the ear pets?
In
It
due
was-
time, my friend. But first, I have another request. I would like you to sit down, be kind to our dear friends here, and answer our questions truthfully. And Talus is going to cast suggestion again.
Of course you are.
You got a lot of those.
Don't worry, Mark, that's my last suggestion for the day.
It's okay. I still have 2. 1. I have to save 1 for Fireball always, so never mind.
You continue to make these requests of me. I simply wish to go about my business. If the best way to do that is to answer your questions, then let us be done with it. And he sits down on the ground.
Talus, you're a really good talker.
It's all about just being friendly. And also magic.
Neffy is just talking out loud, but she is invisible.
Right, let's get to actual business here. What were you bringing to the mayor?
A gift.
Oh, that's really
More
nice.
specifically.
The gift in this box. It is a gift representing the deal between the mayor and our people. It solidifies our agreement.
When did you make this deal?
It has been weeks in the making. Months, to be sure.
I'm going to glance over to the real mayor. You know anything about this deal?
The mayor slowly shakes his head.
So this was made with a fake mayor, then?
Shut up, Pat. Sorry.
You shouldn't tell Fat shut up.
Well, he's making
Value
fun of
member
me
of
for stealing things from other DMs who are popular, and I've been given permission by those DMs to do so. I mean, not direct permission, but indirect permission. I'm sorry. Can you ask your question again? I lost track of things in the midst of being ridiculed.
Right. So, let's get the box. Like, take the box from him.
If you try to take the box, he will resist.
Okay. Open the box.
No. I have been asked to answer your questions truthfully, and I have agreed.
You are currently on my shit list for a number of reasons right now. You really shouldn't be being so boisterous.
I have been taken against my will.
Yeah,
I have not
and you're
been...
a prisoner, so you should probably start acting like a prisoner instead of someone like who's in control.
I thought he was gonna be our friend.
He
Shut up.
motions to Reyna. I was informed that this was a parley, not a imprisonment. I have not surrendered myself.
No
I
imprisonment.
didn't exactly get
We are just talking, my dear Kolok. For now, let us just talk.
If you wish to face me in combat, then we shall do this. But until you defeat me in battle, I am not your prisoner.
I am more than okay with this. Is everybody else okay with this?
No, not really.
Don't hit him or he won't answer our questions.
You don't know
Is
that.
it just like
Fine.
or
Let's
like a
talk to him
typical death?
first, and then Golok, I imagine being possessed has made you a little bit more ornery, and the fact that the bakery thing might be a little farther away than you would have hoped. So you can rip his head off, but
I'm already upset.
only after
I'm
we're
already
done.
extremely upset.
The
Well,
Dragonborn
the
asks.
Dragonborn.
The Dragonborn asks, "Is this because you are not yet following your passion of baking?"
I hate all of you. I hate all of you so much right now.
He says this
No.
completely serious because he doesn't understand that you were possessed. He was a bunny at the time, but he maintained his full awareness while in bunny form. So he heard the entire
No,
conversation.
Nothing to do with that. In fact, it's not even true. Get it out of your mind.
Yeah, but doesn't it
We will
get the
never forget.
intelligence? So I don't know if he actually could intelligibly understand the conversation, right?
I think bunnies
Polymorph.
can understand what we're saying.
I think,
He's fully aware while he's polymorphed. whatever
yeah,
it is.
I don't think he actually gains the intelligence level of a bunny while he is polymorphed into a bunny.
Yeah. He knows exactly what happened and what's up.
Oh, okay, because I thought that's how it was different than Beast Shape for Druids, is because Beast Shape, they get to keep a lot of those Charisma intelligence scores. And so, because then Beast Shape's no greater than Polymorph, that's why.
Oh,
I always...
you're
I
correct.
just
The
assumed-
target's game statistics, including mental ability scores, are replaced by the statistics of the chosen beast. It retains its alignment and personality. When it reverts to its normal form, the creature returns to the number of hit points. The creature is limited in actions. So yeah, it was a bunny. So it would not have. I don't think it would have understood the conversation while in bunny form.
It would have enjoyed the pets, though, so you can
Yes.
take solace in that, no
Yes.
matter how angry the person was.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Let's. I'm fine
Stop
with
for a
fighting
minute.
him. And the reason why I'm fine with fighting him. You stop for a second. I have been possessed for most of today.
And how did that happen?
Oh yeah, Merrick.
I really don't need your shit right now, Merrick.
Honestly, there's a lot of questions behind this whole thing. I agree.
Let me deal with this Dragonborn first, before we and then explain how possession happens.
I'm trying to deal with the Dragonborn. He wants to go ahead and fight to become a prisoner. I'll go ahead and fight him for him to become a prisoner. I kind of want to beat the shit out of him anyway.
Why? He's
Why
a
didn't we just
Dragonborn.
ask him what the deal was with the mayor?
Why are you so intent on hating me? What have I done to enrage
What have you done? What have all of you done? I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a Dragonborn too. Have you ever actually asked yourself how it is I got here?
That is not my business, brethren.
This is why you're all cowards. None of you take any responsibility for what you do.
I do not understand why you take this point of view. I am no coward. I am an honorable warrior.
No,
question
you
my
just like
honor.
to close your ears to any sort of thing that happens above you because it's not your place to judge, to actually take a stand in any particular sense. Huh?
Have you ever... You are not from my people.
Ding, 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 he got it right!
Then how can you judge how I and my people are?
Because I know your people, and I know that your people are the ones who decided that my family gets to be sent here, because you're all cowards.
Your family was exiled from the islands.
Yes, because of a state of birth.
That does sound pretty cowardly.
You are of the lower caste. He asks.
If I remember my shit correctly, I don't know if he was of the lower caste. His father specifically. His mother actually was fairly well respected, which is why she had the option of going with him or not. His father was a soldier. How would soldiers be looked at?
Oh, soldiers are are actually higher on the hierarchy. Let me pull up my information from Company of Fools because there's not a lot of Dragonborn information publicly made. So the warriors would be just below the noble class, actually, in the hierarchy. It would be the emperor, the nobles, the warriors, the workers, and then those that are basically the dredges of society.
Right. So, lower class? No. Mom was a noble. Dad was a soldier. Dad was sent off because of the way he was born, because of something wrong with him that everyone was afraid of. It didn't want him and Mom continuing on the bloodline.
Then he was cast down for his disfavor from the god. From the goddess.
Who makes that decision? Certainly not some goddess. Nobody came down and said, hey, you don't get to actually live here anymore. No home for you.
Were you there to know this?
I know that your nobility decided on behalf of everyone else what was best, and what was best apparently meant exiling my family. And you are sitting here making excuses for it.
You have no voice in my sight, dishonored one. You are less than.
Can I hit him now? Can I beat the shit out of him now?
Honestly, yeah. I'm all for it. There's
Don't kill him, but yeah.
way too much family drama constantly.
Too much.
I don't really-
I'm gonna step away
Entire
for the
time, a lot of hate
Dragonborn.
going on, and this might do everyone some good. Go ahead,
The Dragonborn, if that is everybody, after saying that, he will stand up. I do not fight that which crawls upon the ground. You are
That's fine.
unworthy
You don't have
of
to
a
fight if
duel.
you don't want to. You go ahead and get your weapons. You go ahead and get your armor. I'm gonna fight you regardless of your opinion on it. You can go ahead and stand there and take it if you want. That's not my fucking problem!
Your duel will gain you nothing.
Oh, it'll give me plenty of personal satisfaction.
Then step forth, least one, and let us do battle.
Change your tune real quick, didn't ya? Right!
This
Let's
is
fucking
your
do this!
insistence. I do not. Death is too good for one of your stature. He'll,
Blah, 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 blah.
I need to put his stat block up, or a stat block up. Give me a second.
When this is happening, I'll call over Emmy, and I'll say to her, if you see him make a move or try to cast a spell, put it down real quick. Stop this.
Gotcha.
Nuffy is going to use Minor Illusion to make a little foam finger that says Kolok. She's still invisible, but you can see just like a floating foam finger and a little like saying, Kolok.
I'm also gonna make my way over to Merrick and say, it's good to see you. I was wondering where you disappeared off to. But I'm glad you had our backs.
That's what I'm here to do. And I'll actually shove this little halfling to the other ones. I'd tie this one up if I were you.
I still have the rope over my shoulder, so I'm just gonna start whipping it around and tying him up or helping.
Okay.
Sure.
And
Get it.
give me a second, like I said, to you guys keep
Yeah.
talking. I'll shut up.
Raina's gonna take a note from Nethy and also use minor illusion to create a foam finger. No, she's the sound things. Those like sound things that you smack together to make a sound. That's what she's gonna do.
As as Kolok moves up to the other Dragonborn to like get into dual position, Grim is going to worm his way out of Talus's jacket, run up next to Kolok, and do his most ferocious bork at this newfound opponent. It is very small and
It is
not
the smallest of
intimidating.
Borks, but it is a Bork nonetheless.
Grim is still very determined to establish himself in the hierarchy of this pack.
Beautiful. Hold on a sec.
Do
So-
we have the skeletons here?
Oh,
Question.
No. They're in town.
Do we?
I just hope nobody opens the barrel.
Oh, I didn't know you actually got them into town. I thought we left them here. Truthfully.
Oh, no,
No,
because
they're back.
all of you went ahead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking David in the
That's so funny. I love it.
What is going on in chat? What is that?
I'm telling you, this Bayesian Golok isn't the ship that everyone is going on about. I can't tell if it's a crack ship or a real ship at this point. I think it's real.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
So much family.
Where did I
drama.
type this motherfucker's name now?
There it is.
I also want to know what
I can
Merrick
spell
thinks
it
of
out for
the
you.
floating foam finger.
What's that?
I said I want to know what Merrick thinks of the floating foam finger.
Marik's looking at it going, is someone going to explain that?
Merrick and Vespasian are still very much out
Vespasian?
of the loop.
Talus is gonna
I don't know. I don't know.
Talus is gonna walk over to Merrick and be like, "Okay, so I imagine you have some questions."
See, the last time one of you lot said, okay, you opened the door to a dozen skeletons.
Well, yeah, I make skeleton. You know this. I make the
Uh-huh.
skeletons.
So what did you make this time? Don't tell me you were the one that possessed Kolok.
Oh no, I didn't make Nettie. She's just my friend.
Who's Nettie?
Exactly. I have no idea. Apparently, it's the ghost, and we've been friends with the ghost the entire time.
Yeah, she's a
What?
friend. Don't worry about it, Merrick. She's my bestie.
And then
Sorry?
She's really pretty. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Sorry? I didn't get that. Now kind of half dropping my swords. I'm like, what? How? Ghost?
Kolak, roll initiative.
Mm-hmm.
At the word ghost, also now, like turn and see Merrick and go, "Hi, Merrick," and wave with her foam finger. She's still invisible though.
so you just see a foam finger wave.
I'm just so taking a few more
And
steps
then
back.
you hear the word.
Where's Lucy?
The
Lucy's just kind of at the sidelines, just kind of watching curiously. I don't think she's seen a dragon fight, but she's here for it.
yes, dude, Zach. This is Foundry. Kolak, the armored and helmeted dragonborn warrior in front of you begins to circle you, eyeing you seriously now, as you have issued your challenge, which he hasn't quite accepted it as a challenge, but if you wish to do him violence, he is willing to repay it in kind. He, having admitted that your family were exiled from the islands because of some defect, he has taken on a very different disposition than when you first started speaking to him. Even standing eye to eye with you, he still seems to be looking down at you. But you act first.
You want to see what they exiled us for? Let me give you a first-hand look. As he enters into a rage, and he will get his claws out for this one.
Okay. And then?
Gonna start clawing up a bitch. $17, $27, and $18 to hit.
The 20 and the 18 hit.
Okay.
Or the 27 and the 18 hit. Yeah.
Right.
The 27 is a critical, sir.
Yeah, it is. So that's going to be 25 damage then, between those two.
25
Nice.
damage. Nice.
Come on! Come at me! See what happens!
After your attack, and before its turn, it will use one of its legendary actions to make a weapon attack against you.
Okay.
28 to hit you.
Definitely gonna hit.
Okay. It is wielding its longsword one-handed, so that is a D8 damage, correct? 11 damage.
Okay. So, that much. Got it. He just takes that hit like nothing, just like, that all you got?
You reckless attacked, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
While this is happening, Mark, I'm gonna go over to the mayor, Ozzy Puddlefoot, and I'm gonna tell him, no matter what happens, the Green Dragonborn is not to leave here alive. Make sure your men know. And then that's it.
He will, having watched your claws scrape against his armor, some digging into his scales, he eyes your defenses, takes a step forward, and makes 2 more quick slashes. But before he does, his blade erupts with an acidic energy that flows over the sword.
Okay.
He makes 2 attacks with advantage against you. 22 and 23 to hit.
Both of those are gonna do it.
All right. I'm going to roll the total damage together. Oh, that's why. It's a total of 39 damage from both hits.
Gotcha.
There's a percentage of that's acid, which you do not reduce, right? So that's going to be, I'm sorry, it's going to be
17 of that does not have. The rest is
correct. Oh, that's right. You have permissions, so you can see what I roll to the DM, right? Or is it not?
Yeah.
Is it rolling it publicly?
No, it's rolling. I can see it. It's not rolling publicly from what I can see anyway.
All right. That's fine. Okay. And then it is your action.
Sorry, doing math.
I'll roll the weapon damage and the acid damage separately next time. That should make
Gotcha.
it easier.
Yeah. He will respond back.
1 blow, 2 blows hit. The third misses. Actually, he bats away one of your claw strikes, but the other 2 get in.
Inspiration to reroll that.
Go ahead. Actually, you rolled with advantage already, didn't you?
Yeah.
Inspiration just gives you advantage. It doesn't actually give you like a reroll. So if you already have advantage, it doesn't help.
All right. So another 22 damage onto him.
Okay. All right. You fight without discipline.
I was trained by the wilds, and you'll find that it's superior to whatever you got.
I have trouble believing that. And he's going to make 3 more attacks against you. 1 from his legendary action and 2 from his normal attacks. All with advantage, I guess. So, 24, 24, and 24 to hit.
That was a hit.
Yep. So it's going to be...
Tucker gets 3 attacks? Jesus Christ.
Well, he has legendary actions. I guess he can use it between... He can use one between turns, and then... that. So I'll roll the weapon damage first. Which is 49 from all 3 attacks.
Okay.
And then the acid damage from all 3 attacks is 21 acid damage.
Alrighty.
What state's Kolok looking in?
He's looking really rough. Acid is just eating through him, like, completely. It's just absolutely destroying him right now.
You seem to have underestimated me or overestimated yourself. Least one.
So you got a magic sword. Whatever.
Yield or die.
Fuck that!
He's not gonna yield. He's not.
Coca-Cola!
When he says yield or die, Talus actually laughs. Just like straight up laughs at him.
The 2 blows hit. The third one is a crit fail. A double crit fail. Which...
So it is.
Yeah. You will make both of your hits, your attacks. He'll take the damage. What is that? 21 total damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And oh, that did not do what I wanted it to do. Okay. You leave yourself wide open with the last attack, having missed horribly. And this, you are suddenly reminded of Century's fight with the Hobgoblin Warlord, as this creature brings his blade down into your back. Not once, but 3 quick strikes down into your back. And let's make 3 attacks with advantage. 17.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 hits.
Also, just looked at this guy's stat block. Fuck you, Mark.
Well, he is the captain of a dragonborn vessel who has come to treat with a a Rakshasa and make a deal on behalf of the entire nation of Dragonborn, which he has admitted to you. Just because they kept targeting his wisdom stat block, they were able to polymorph him. So, yeah.
As soon as you said he has legendary actions, I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kolak. The first hit is going to knock you unconscious. The second and third hit are going to kill you. Because once you are unconscious, they are auto crits.
Correct.
Yeah.
You have a
Can I
necromancer,
use
Yeah.
but you are
do.
dead.
Could I? No, I think I couldn't use Zephyr Strike again to get in fast enough to block.
Are you trying to react with Zephyr Strike to one of the blows?
Yeah, I was going to try and block it and go enough.
Okay. Make your you're trying to block the blow, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The first 2 strikes were 17s. The last one was a 25. You can make a your Zephyr striking to try and block. What is your armor class?
16.
I'll do this. Make an attack against his attack roll. If you succeed, you block the last blow, which will leave Kolak with 2 failed death saves instead of being dead. Do you have inspiration, or does anybody want to give him inspiration to give him advantage on the roll?
Oh no, where's our
I'll give him my inspiration. Or wait, no, I can't do that. But you can
Okay.
give me
Yeah, Talus is going to give Bardic Inspiration.
You have to beat his attack roll with your attack roll to block the blow.
Yep.
And if you do,
Yep.
you will save Kolak's life.
Is there any way I could?
So no pressure then, eh?
No pressure.
Ready?
Is there any way I could either mind sliver or mind thrust the other dragonborn at the same time to try to either give Merrick advantage or something?
Well, if
To,
somebody's
distract?
giving Merrick their inspiration, he will
got
have
that.
advantage.
I know, but I mean to possibly
Well,
get
Talus,
disadvantage.
Talus is just giving a Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, you're giving a
Like,
bardic inspiration. Okay.
Am I allowed to just give the inspiration that you've given me?
If you have inspiration, you can give advantage to another PC.
Okay, yeah, I'll give my inspiration then.
Okay, so you have advantage and you have a bardic inspiration to make this attack.
Which is D what 6?
D8.
D8.
Oh, okay.
So 2d20 plus your attack mod plus a d8. That's a 20 so far.
Oh, Merrick!
I know.
Roll the d8. Oh my gosh! Merrick, you burst forward in a sudden motion of speed, a blur of speed, and your blade comes into contact with the acidic blade of this dragonborn warrior and stops it from making the final plunge into Kolak. Kolak hits the ground. He is bleeding out, but not dead. You can see his chest rising and falling. Kolak, well, what do you say, Merrick?
Enough. Step back.
You have interfered in an honorable duel. Actually,
Striking someone when they're down isn't honorable, you little stinkman.
he
And then I'm
considers this.
Illusion foam finger at him, which just kind of goes through it.
He considers this for a moment and steps back. He is least. This duel means nothing. Take him.
Raina has a fireball on standby.
Talus is going to cast Cure Wounds on Kolak.
Okay. The Dragonborn will sheathe his blade. I am
Now
leaving
that we're
now.
done. Now that we're done with the games, we can talk. Because
Discussion.
whether you like it or not, you're not leaving here.
I
And
took you.
then I'm gonna do a quick whistle, and I'm really hoping with this whistle that those archers that I requested Mayor Ozzy Puddlefoot to put in place are there.
Yeah, they'll have set archers. And he'll say to you, before the archers fire, as you are saying what you say, he says, I took you for a honorable nobleman.
I am honorable, and you did win, but in terms of your release, were never part of the agreement. You just did that to flatter the Dragonborn.
I was never a prisoner. I was not defeated in battle.
I quite remember you being a bunny.
Yeah, he wasn't a prisoner. He was just my friend, Mr. Bun Bun.
And
I thought he was prisoner Bun Bun.
Therefore, I will leave.
You will not.
I can't allow that to happen.
I'm
As
still confused on why you're helping a demon.
I am helping no demon.
Are you sure?
And
Because
what
you
makes
said the
you-
mayor's a demon.
The mayor has power.
He's also
As-
not
as
a
what
a
is
halfling.
it?
demon.
We have made an agreement.
What is the agreement you've made? Surely you
maybe
can
we
tell
can
us
make you a
that.
better one.
He looks
The thing
around
is,
at the
you-
archers and at all of you. I have no quarrel with your people. Why have you done this?
Unfortunately, the good mayor, as you call him, has a quarrel with us, and we need him to help us in a certain capacity with another trifle that we have. War to, I guess at this point it would be what, the west of us?
Yes.
With a war to the west. Unfortunately, he hasn't granted us an audience, and he seems to be at odds with these people, and they've agreed to help us in that war.
Are these
Now,
people? Are these people
these-
in any way capable of warfare?
I
Would
think
you-
you'd be surprised if you let their archers pepper you with arrows right now. I'm sure you would quickly understand how they are more than capable in warfare. And they possess one of the great aspects which I think you yourself will resonate with. They possess the art of stealth, as I've noticed that your ships have somewhat of the same capabilities of passing undetected.
My people have sent me to treat with the creature you call a demon, for it has
Why?
established its power in this land.
And what if that power was taken away from it?
It is a fickle thing.
Who would
He
you treat
looks-
with then?
He looks around. Would you become the ruler of the floating city? He looks at Vespasian.
What is it that you seek?
Our ships require a place to dock here in the mainland.
And how deep into the mainland do you want to go?
It smiles. A toothy, pointy smile.
See, I believe that you and I have a lot in common. Well, I cannot say who will be the ruler of this
The-
pile of timber at the end of the day. I can tell you that my aspirations lie far beyond ruling just one city.
The
And
the mayor, Ozzy, is just looking back and forth between you and this dragonborn, wide-eyed and mouth-gapped. Just...
I would like to clarify that I personally support the reinstatement of the rightful mayor.
Now,
Talus says,
wait a minute.
partially to the archers.
Just see here a moment. I'm mayor of Riverdam Raft. I established Riverdam Raft. I founded Riverdam Raft. And I will be mayor of Riverdam Raft. And no snooty elven noble or lizard thing is going to be taking over my city the same way that this backhanded Rakshasa took my place.
When he insults Vespasian, Reyna will look at him like with Fireball ready and be like, "Do you want to roll? You want to see what I'll do to your city if you insult him one more time?"
Yeah, Kolak, you are waking up in the midst of this.
Fucking cheating sword bitch. Yeah.
Now, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but, listen. I'm sure we can figure this out, right?
I'll look at the mayor, and I'll say, "Well, I appreciate your words. They're not necessary in this. Please, let me have a conversation with my friend here in peace."
You're talking about who's gonna be...
Stupid, I know better than you shit.
As we
Shut
start to
my
go out
town.
of town while Kolak is, woozy from the whole thing.
We're
I'm
not
gonna
letting
look
him
at the
go anywhere.
dragonborn as you are right. You are owed your freedom, and I apologize for our compatriot. He sometimes lets his emotions get the better of him, and he's suffering the loss of his dream of a bakery.
You must understand that the least in our society are those who are incapable of controlling themselves and acting with honor, reason, rationality, or skill. They are the dregs. They are nothing. They are the least.
In your eyes, but he's our companion and our friend. And I wasn't about to let you kill him for any reason that you have in your own head. This
Maybe
one
he can't
here
hold in
is
his
the
anger, but you can't hold in your flatulence, you stinky.
Doing his best to ignore the random insults, he says to Merrick, "Your companion, as you call him, initiated this fight. He asked for it, and I made known that the terms were to death, and he agreed. You disrupted his choice with your actions."
was my choice, but you also said you didn't care about the fight and didn't have any stake in your honor to break it off.
This is true, which is why I did not immediately kill you and resume.
Now, if we can put that aside for the moment, you said you wanted to treat with whoever rules the city. Can I suggest you hold off until we put the rightful ruler back into the city?
We're not asking for a lot of time.
This-
And you still benefit either way.
This
Only a
creature,
couple of days.
this creature has power beyond simply rulership over a city. And you speak of war. I ask, do you intend to conquer these lands with these
As a
few?
We have
We are-
more than a few. We have 2 full armies. And this would make a third. But you surprised me. I did not take Dragonborns to go under the rule of thumb of another creature so easily, even one with power.
That creature does not rule us. As I said, we
Oh, it
treat
sounds like you're the one bringing it gifts, not the other way around.
the gift.
So,
The gift
surprise.
is a representation of our acceptance of a deal that will benefit both parties mutually. It gives us a port of call in the midst of this land, which
Until
you call
his
Oridin.
power supersedes yours, that is, and he decides to take whatever he wants from you anyway.
Its power cannot supersede the Emperor or the Goddess. If it tries, it will die.
Yes, but this far inland, there are some things that not even you can predict. Nor they.
Nor it. For your people, the people of this Oridin, it does not know us any longer. Besides things like this. And he flicks a hand in the direction of Kolok. These rare dregs which have been left out in the wind.
What if we were able to uphold the terms of your deal, regardless of who was in power?
We would accept these terms.
I
Oh,
would
we're
hear
at-
these terms before I have anyone accept on my behalf.
Well, Talus, I don't think we're
Says
putting
the man
you
who
in
let a
charge.
skeleton out of a chamber for some magical secrets.
The Dragonborn,
No,
Belsashi says to you, we gain a port of call within the center of this continent. We can dock there, gather our forces there, gain much needed supplies there, and without the watchful eyes of your great city's navies. In exchange, we have agreed to assist the one who has obtained rulership of your river dam raft in gathering certain items which it requires. We will send out search ships to find them. This is our deal.
I understand that you do not need to answer dishonestly anymore, But I ask for my own personal curiosity. Are you intending in invading the continent?
We wish to establish ourselves in what is our rightful homeland once more. It is the will of the Emperor and the Goddess.
I mean, that sounds fair enough.
That
By
is
establish
understandable.
yourself. What do you mean by
As
establish
we
yourself?
elves have also been displaced from our homelands and seek our home back.
And what about those that live in those lands now? What are you going to do with them?
They will become subject to the rule of the Emperor and the Goddess. His wisdom will reign supreme within the lives of all. They will learn honor and peace through rule of the Emperor.
My dear friend Vespasian, I understand that you are more well versed in the politics of this land than I, but I would raise my concern on assisting them in establishing themselves, as they say.
You say that you require another army. We can be allies. You say the elves have been displaced in these lands as well. Perhaps we can aid each other. If you can remove the creature from the city, then we can treat instead.
First, I'm going to quickly respond to Talus when he says that. Sorry, I'm kind of fog-brained right now.
That's okay. Take your time. If you need a minute to think, take it. Kolak, what are you doing in regards to all of this after being slightly healed?
I mean, he's pretty groggy right now,
Mhm.
so it's not really a whole lot he can do. But he's probably going to get up and just probably stalk off, honestly, on his own.
Interesting.
Yeah, because for a moment I suddenly realised that I'm standing between two Dragonborn if Kolov gets up. I'm not really sure that's the best place to stand.
Nestie's gonna invisibly follow Kolok.
Okay. And what is Ray and Talus doing, and Lucy at the time? Mayor Puddlefoot is just still, like, gap mouth looking between the two of them. Not sure, like, he's like trying to speak, and it's coming out in, like, this tiny little voice that nobody can really hear the words he's saying quite right. He's just, like, flabbergasted. But anyway, continue. Reyna. I'm sorry. I asked a question and then kept talking. So, Reyna,
Okay.
Talus, and Lucy, what are they doing?
Ray is probably standing like by, like she was glaring at the mayor for insulting Vespasian, but she's just kind of listening, half listening, because she doesn't really care about politics. She's just like whatever Vespasian is saying, she's like gun ho for it. So she's just all for that, and she's just watching for anything that she might need to cast Fireball to do something.
Talus's eyebrows are just becoming increasingly furrowed, as they so often do, as the question keeps being raised, do you intend to conquer Riverdam Raft? And Vespasian does not give an answer, while the mayor is right there, and Talus is just like, oh no.
Lucy's just sitting off to like a log at the side. She's listening to what's happening, and she's writing things in a book that she has.
I think perhaps that we should discuss any terms. Perhaps we could let heads calm down for the moment, and we can group can I have your word that you'll not try to leave here until we can speak about terms? Since the term of your deal may change.
I think it's best that we discuss terms if we are successful. All we're asking, and I look to the Dragonborn, is for a couple of days. In 3 days, you go about your business as you were before. Nothing changes. It does not inconvenience you. And it does not change anything, and at the end of the 3 days, you are guaranteed to be placing your prized possessions and making negotiations with whoever holds power in Riverdam Raft. Because if you were to approach one party or another right now, who's to say who would prevail in the coming days, and if that negotiation would still hold true?
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh, jeez, am I decent at these things?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's okay. I'm sorry.
A +8 is more than okay, dude.
+2.
He says to you, I am agreeable to your terms. I will wait the 3 days. I wish to do so where I do not have fear of arrows in my back.
I will look at him and say, I know that we have been less than honorable, and I am sorry for that. I only hope that your honor is greater than ours for the time being, and you are able to hold to these terms.
My word is my bond. Allow me to return to my vessel. We will remain in the lake. After 3 days, I will come into the city and discover whether you were able to fulfill your desire to relieve the city of this creature or not. Do we agree to these terms?
I find them most agreeable for now. I would... Well, not for now, I mean, just agreeable, sorry. I find these terms agreeable. Let me help escorting you back to the coast, as we have taken you far inland, and I would not want you to get lost in the way. Or shot by one of our friends here, and I kind of point to the arrows in a lot of places.
Yes.
That are still trained at. And then I'm gonna look at Emmy, and Merrick and say, would you please, and also motion to, like, look at Lucy, but then think for a second and then decide, because I'm still confused about the whole situation and who likes who and who hates who, and just not invite Lucy out of being sheer terror of Ray might accidentally fireballing someone or them killing each other, or me. And I look at Ray and I say, would you like to join us? As I would not like you to believe I would abandon you once again.
She's gonna look and feel like know that Nethy is not around because she doesn't hear or see the foam finger. So she has no interest in staying around. So she's like, yeah, I'll follow you.
Give me a moment. I want to check on Kolok to make sure he's all right.
Yeah, I was just going to go back. Nethy, you've been following Kolok in ghost form. And Kolok, you stormed off. Tell me what's going on. Before Merrick walks up. You're muted.
Sorry, yeah, I was fixing that. At this point, Kolak is kind of, he's established himself a little bit outside, like away from the camp and away from everybody else, and gets his glaive out, and he just starts slamming it against a tree repeatedly, just roaring to himself in anger.
And Nethy, what are you doing as you come upon this site?
She definitely just watches him, whack at the tree for a while, and then she'll, materialize near him, but not like too close, and say like, "I think I know the answer, but are you doing okay, Kolok?"
Just like looks at her with like this look on his face, like, "What do you think?"
Okay, yeah, I get it. He was a really stinky guy.
It's not
And
just him. Don't. Doesn't have to be him. Could have been anybody. The fact of the matter is, my goal is to eventually be able to shove in the face every single one of those elitist shitheads that my family did not deserve to be tossed on their asses. And what happens the first time I get even a chance to do so? Boom, I get taken out. I have been cutting my teeth on the wilds of Oregon for a couple of good years now. I have been killing bandits. I have been learning and honing my rage to the best of my ability. And it is still nothing to one man who's not even in control of the whole of the army. It's not like I went up against the High Commander or anything like that. This is just one captain I can't take.
I mean,
Okay.
you don't know that. But no.
Okay.
It's fair for Kolok to say. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you lost. You did lose, but I think you're looking at this in a really wrong light. Because you've been getting better. I've seen you've been getting stronger. Do you think that that's not right? Have you not been getting stronger through the wilds of Oregon?
There's still a mountain that I have to climb.
Yeah, and you're gonna climb it. And you said
How
that
long
this
is it gonna take?
is not the last chance. I don't know. It might take a while. It's a hard thing to do, felling a high commander of a dragonborn. Y'all are big and tough. And he's probably really big and really tough. I don't really know a lot about it, but I know that you can do it. It's just going to take the work. And I know you can do that.
I can't with this. I am supposed to be strong enough that I can be recognized. I want to be able to command respect. And I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't command respect? Are you forgetting about the Kolok's Crushers? Do you think that me and Talus and Reyna and Vespasian and Merrick have just been following you around for shits and giggles? I respect you, and
As far as Reyna is concerned, she's along for the ride because her friends are, and you. As far as Vespasian is concerned, he'd probably prefer that I didn't even take part in any of this. As far as Merrick is concerned, I don't even know. He's just along probably because Vespasian is.
As you
far
say
as
that,
you and Talus, sure, fine. I don't know about everybody else.
Merrick,
I don't agree.
You're walking up
I-
towards the end of this part of this
can hear all
conversation.
this.
Yeah. Anyway, continue.
I don't agree. I think if they didn't respect you, they would have left. They would have talked to you, and they would have seen who you are, and they would have decided to go their own way. But they decided to stick with you for a reason, Kolok. And the reason that you and Vespasian are always going head to head and who's leader is because you're both respectable people who know how to lead others. We see that in you. You're just not seeing that in you right now because you're having a bad day. You're having a really bad day, and I know I was part of that, and I'm really sorry. But it's gonna get better. You know, you're climbing a mountain and you just got over a really hard ridge. So it looks like there's a lot more to go, but you're making it.
So I'll kind of step out, not realizing that Nethi is the ghost there, and all I can hear is the voice, because I heard the end of it, and say, Kolok. I only stepped in at the end because I didn't want to see you die. You know.
Who wants to watch someone die, though? Is that really...
And who are you talking to?
Nethi. Or Lucy, as you know her.
This is the thing Talos was trying to tell me about.
Hi, Merrick.
Can you just stay away from me, as I don't know what you are?
Okay.
She's a ghost. Also, my friend. So how about you don't treat her like shit?
Fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. I'm here to make sure that you're alright. I wasn't about to leave camp without checking. You're not the only one who is not accepted by people. You know, these ears, I'm not a whole elf, you know, therefore I don't get accepted by it as I am. Okay, I haven't had the rough time as you, but acceptance by your own people is not always required to get on.
I don't give a shit if they don't accept me. In fact, part of it is that I really... I'm happy that I get the chance to prove that I should be. And honestly, Merrick... yeah, sure, you get some shit as a result of being an elf. You do. You know what you have that I don't? A homeland. Other people of your kind that you can feel at home, safe with. I don't have that. And not only don't I have that, I was never given the option to have that. The life I live now is the life that I have to live. Not just because of my parents being exiled. Technically speaking, I could have stayed with them. I could have lived in the village with them. But this thing, whatever is inside of me, will never allow that. It wants blood all of the time. I can't get that at home. So I don't even have that option. I don't think you understand even kind of where I'm coming from here. I know you're trying, but you're talking out of your ass right now.
Fine. But you're of one race. I'm not. I'm a half-breed according to both elves and humans. You know, I don't fit into either homes. You know, I may have a family, but I'm not called elf by my siblings even. So I don't always fit in. I know I don't spend a lot of time at home, despite the fact I really want to, because I get things taught behind my back all the time, and I don't particularly like it. I'm here to make sure you're fine. I'll leave you in peace. And someone can explain to me, when I get back, why there's a ghost here. Because I really would like to know what the shit is going on. And if you want me to have your back in future, then know I'll always have your back in future, because we are a company that's looking after each other. And at that, I'll turn and walk away.
Merrick walks back to the camp of Mayor Puddlefoot and his people. The halflings there have lowered their arms at the complete scene of uncertainty that is their leader. He is slowly sat down in disbelief. The Dragonborn warlord has left with, or is planning to leave with Vespasian to head back to the shore of the lake. And Nethi and Kolok are left up on the hill. There's an unsettled quiet that has fallen over this wooded hillside just outside of Riverdam Raft. If you don't mind, I'd like to take another quick break, and we'll be right back. Sorry about that brief restroom break, but we're back. Well, you guys head back. Who's heading back to town? Who's doing what? What is everybody doing at this point? I know Vespasian has agreed with the Dragonborn to take him back to his ship. What's the deal?
Reina's gonna go with them.
Okay.
Kolak needs to rest and heal. He is fucked up. He's only got 8 HP.
Marek will go with him and kind of wants a bit of space from whatever's going on between Lucy, whatever Nethy is, and Kolok right now.
Talus is going to wait for them to leave with the Dragonborn, and then he wants to have a chat with the mayor.
Okay. Then Ray, Marek, Vespasian, and the Dragonborn leader head back towards Riverdam Raft. Kolok and Nethy are left up on the hill where Kolok has been lumberjacking his anger away. And the mayor is sitting there just kind of like dumbfounded by all of this. Talus.
My friend, I hope. I have a question for you.
Yes?
When you retake the city, what is it you want? Is it the power? Is it the good of your people? Is it simply to ensure that the city continues to run? What is your goal in leadership?
Look, I established Riverdam Raft a long time ago. It wasn't even supposed to be a city. I just wanted a little trade post out on the water, and figured I could make a buck. And then it grew into that, and I just kinda took care of it. It's my home. And, it's a place where other halflings like me, who want to be somebody, can do that. I love it. It's what I wanted it to be. It's more than I ever thought I wanted. And now it's gone. I'm probably never going to get it back. I'm just stuck here.
Your home will be returned to you. And anyone who would stand in the way of this, I will kill myself if necessary.
Don't kill yourself.
I will not kill myself. I will kill others. If necessary. I would prefer not to kill others, but you know how these things are.
I never wanted bloodshed.
Good rulers rarely do. Though this is not always the case. Thinking of Kolak.
Yeah. How did this get so out of control? What's that?
Talus is going to say, these things I have found in my short time outside of my own homeland get out of control very quickly. But so long as we work together, so long as we fight not for ourselves but for all of us, then we can not only return things to the way they were, we can improve them.
I hope so.
Real Lucy, is she with the mayor and Talus? Because I know she's not with Vespasian and not with Nephi.
Then yeah, I'd say she's probably still in the halfling encampment.
I think she's going to approach Talus and say, "Hey, I'm gonna leave. I think it would be best for all of us if I went back to Geneva and let my contacts know there that some Dragonborns are planning an invasion. Whether it goes well or not, I think other people need to know about this."
No. Do not leave. If you can send missives, do this, but your business with us is not concluded.
When is my business gonna be concluded then? I don't understand what I'm doing here, and I'm worried about my hometown in Geneva and the family I have in Riverdam Raft.
You have family here?
Yeah, I do. I'm actually a quarter halfling.
I am not the leader of our troop, nor am I the one whose life you took. So, I would think it is them that you must ask.
They're not here right now. I don't know when they're gonna be back. And I feel as though time is of the essence.
This is not my business. Look, Talus, that's your name, right?
It is.
I appreciate what you've had to say. And, that you want to help me. And some of your companions might not agree with you. In fact, if this young lady here is saying these things, I think you'll all are gonna have a lot of disagreements coming up. And, look, if I'll send word to the Queen. I've met her before about what's happening here. And, if you want to be the one to take it, I'm fine with that. If not, I'll send somebody else. But, she's right. It has to be done. Somebody's got to know.
Please, Talus, can't you see reason and let me go? It wears me to be around Nephi, and I feel as though this will help me repay my debt. It will still be of use to everyone here, and I can be out of everyone's way. I know you don't like me. I know Reyna doesn't like me, and certainly Nephi doesn't like me. And the others certainly don't care about me. I don't understand what I'm doing here, and I want to leave, and the least I can do is deliver this message along the way, because it benefits both of us.
I need you... How can I say this? You are not the one who determines how to repay your debt, yes? And in some ways, I am afraid to admit, neither is my friend Nephi. There is a debt to be paid, for sure. And I do not agree with her methods of attempting to have it be paid. But I do not agree. Amends must be made, or else I fear what will happen to her. You understand? There is a terrible bitterness necessary to do what she has done to you. And if left unchecked, that bitterness will destroy her. And if you simply leave, if you simply disappear without her knowing, what do you think that will do to her? What do you think she will want to do to you?
Do you think I understand her well enough to answer those questions? She makes no sense to me. and I can't imagine how I would begin to make reprimands for what I've done, or how she would make reprimands for what she's done, or how any of us would be willing to figure that out. You or Kolak or Vespasian or whoever. All I know is that I'm a capable person who can make it to the Queen alive, and that this is something that should be done, and that I don't want to be here. And if it bothers you that much, I can leave you my contact info. I plan to stay in Geneva. You can find me. I'm not disappearing off the face of the earth.
I hate to interject, and I don't know. I don't know all of you, but if this person is a part of your group, and you've had differences, why don't you just apologize before you leave? Maybe that's a good start.
I suppose I could try, but I really don't see how that would change anything based on how she feels, she acts.
I mean, you can't control how other people feel. I learned that a long time ago.
But it would change how you act, no? It would change what amends you have attempted to make. You act as though... I'm talking to Lucy right now.
Understood.
You act as though change is something that requires specific conditions, specific opportunities. Change is everything. Change is always. It is merely a matter of what changes you attempt to steer us into the direction of. I do not know what to tell you. You are in charge of what change there is to be made. I am merely attempting to help you and Nettie alike.
Well, if I'm in charge of what decisions I get to make, then I say, let me take the missive to the Queen. On my way out, I will apologize to Nettie, and if more needs to be done, you know where to find me.
If this is your will, then we will simply take it one step at a time. Yes, let us attempt to find Nettie so that you may apologize.
The mayor kind of pats Talus either on the knee or the shoulder, depending on if they're sitting down or whatever. And
I think Talus would sit to be closer to his height.
Sure. You're a good guy, Talus. We'll be here. You do what you gotta do, and I'm putting a lot of stock in what you said. I don't know how to process all of this. It's way out of anything I ever wanted to be a part of. But anyway, you go do what you gotta do. You got a lot going on, just as much as I do. I need to talk to my people and try and reassure them that they haven't lost their homes forever. And he kind of, like I said, pats you and kind of head down for a minute, kind of stalks back to his tent, kind of rubbing his face like he's got a lot going through his head right now. If you go look for Kolak and if you go look for Nettie, you find Nettie and Kolak up on the hill. Would you find Kolak and Nettie up on the hill? Is that where you guys would still be after your conversation with Merrick? You're muted, Alex.
He would have started to make his way back down to the camp, mostly because he needs to rest. Otherwise, he's not going to heal.
Okay, and would Nettie be following Kolak?
Yeah, she'd stay with him for now.
Okay, then they're headed back during this conversation. They're headed back to the camp. Anyway, continue, Alex. You were going to say something.
Yeah. So Kolak will have made his way back to the camp over time. Eventually, just kind of avoiding the rest of the group as he does so, and just kind of like sitting and like rubbing his fingers against his brow, looking pissed off as per usual, but maybe a little bit more than he usually is.
So yeah, Kolak makes his way back to camp, Nethy floating behind him. When, as you finish up this conversation, Lucy and Talus, you catch sight of the two of them.
So, Lucy has something she'd like to say to you, Nethy.
Please don't patronize me, Talus.
I don't. What does that mean?
Oh my god. That was amazing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. You both get inspiration. Please, just take that.
Lucy's gonna, mutter a bit and try to stumble and find her words, but eventually, look at Nethy. Nethy, I really am sorry for what I did. I mean that. I know. I mean, it wasn't personal, but at the same time, I knew you hadn't done anything wrong, and I didn't even second guess my decision. It was rash, and it was wrong. And then Nethy, who was kind of standing like half behind Kolak, or, floating, I guess, will, come out and say, I don't like you, and that's not going to change. But, thanks.
It's a start. Now, there was another matter that Lucy wanted to tell you, or ask, I suppose, really.
Kolak, I was thinking it might be good if I be the one to send the missive that the mayor is currently writing to the Queen to inform them of the current attempted Dragonborn invasion. Do you agree with this?
Well, what do you think, Nethy?
Why are you asking me?
As far as I'm concerned, if it was up to me, it would stay at least long enough for us to make sure that we get Nethy a body for herself. That would be what I would usually do. But it's become pretty clear that I don't make great decisions. And all things considered, this mostly affects you two.
I mean, first of all, Kolak, you're being way too hard on yourself and you make good decisions all the time. I don't necessarily know what's right to do either, because I don't like her, so I don't like seeing her, so that would be cool, if she left and I didn't have to look at her. But also, I mean, yeah, it would be cool to get a body back, but I don't know. If we need someone to send a message to, warn people, I'm not against it, I guess. It'd be nice not having her around. She sucks.
Are you okay with floating around as a ghost for a while?
Yeah, I mean, I'll figure it out. It's not too bad, because I can, disappear and then go, boo! She smiles, but you can tell it's kind of a little forlorn.
And as far as I'm concerned, you can go ahead and go. I'd still like to be able to contact you in the future if necessary, though.
I'm gonna give my contact information to the mayor. You can get it from him. I'll be in Geneva after I get the message to the Queen.
Fine.
Lucy will just kind of like slowly back up and be like, I'm not really the best at goodbyes. Goodbye. And then walk back towards the camp to confer with the mayor.
Sure you're okay with this, Lucy? Or not Lucy, Nethy.
I'm not really the best at understanding what I'm feeling right now. It's a lot of different things, but I mean, there's a bright side, so I'll be alright. Hey, I'm more worried about you than me right now, because you're being all grumpy when you shouldn't be. I think it
Why
was really
shouldn't
cool
I?
what you did.
What? Get stabbed to
Because
death?
you were really brave and powerful and cool. You know, when I died, I wasn't fighting anyone. I didn't get to scratch her face or make her bleed. I was running away. You were fighting. That's something to be proud of, not all grumpy about.
It's not even that. Sure, I lost. I can deal with that. Eventually, I'll get over it, but... You know why? You know why I really want a war?
Why?
It's a testing ground. I want to know that I can lead people into a battle well enough that we can actually make ground, that we can actually succeed in something. And the main reason for this, the main reason I want this, is because eventually I want to bring war to the Dragonborn Isles.
Nothing, she'll look off and kind of like nod and say, yeah, we should start a war then.
Until you have your war, Kolok, you will not die. I will make sure of this. And when you have your war, you will have as many skeletons as I can muster.
Well, thanks for that. Probably going to need it. Still, I have a long way to go. If I can't even fight one captain, then I barely have the right to command anybody, let alone Kolok's crushers.
Nethy's gonna blow a really big raspberry at Kolok and slap him in the face, but it goes right through him. I want you to stop that right now.
What?
I will say, Kolok, that man probably would have just ripped me physically in half if I were fighting him. I don't know why exactly you're being so harsh on yourself here.
It's just realizing how much more I have to go. I thought I was well on my way. I thought I was much closer than I clearly am.
Well, I think we're about one war away from being where you need to be. So we should go start.
Well, first things first on that, we need to make sure that we get, the help of, Riverdam Raft, which means getting rid of this Rakshasa. Or at the very least, whoever's impersonating the mayor.
In the meantime, Vespasian, Rena, and Marek, you've been escorting the Dragonborn back to the shore of the lake on Vidrin. The Dragonborn has been walking beside you, Vespasian. Do you believe you can displace this creature so easily?
I have no doubt. That's why we came here. with one purpose. And with every step, we become closer to our goals as well. And she has not led me astray as of yet, and I doubt she will lead me astray in this task as well.
She.
The one true presider over everything that is and brings bloodshed. Of course you know the goddess Morgan.
I have not heard of this Morrigan of which you speak.
I do apologize. I figured when you referred earlier to the one god presiding over all lands, I just assumed you were speaking of her, as she has a propensity and a love for warfare and those who love it back.
There is only one goddess. She who bore the dragons from her womb. I do not know if this Morrigan is one in the same. Perhaps her name is different amongst the elves than it is amongst the dragons.
Perhaps, but I think we should leave the philosophical debate for maybe another time. One with less uncertainty in the air. I do apologize for how we treated you. Though, as one, and I'm sure you can understand, that when tasked with a goal, it is difficult it's difficult to deal with the challenges that may be placed in your way. And unfortunately, we mistook you for a challenge and not as an ally.
Yeah, I'm really sorry I turned you into a bunny.
We as warriors, the strength of our metal is tested by the obstacles placed in our paths. For your goal, I was an obstacle, one which you are able to prove yourself against. For me, in my task, all of you have been an obstacle. I believe that I proved my mettle as well, and therefore we have made an agreement moving forward that will strengthen both of our goals. If you are strong enough to rid this place of the creature that we have allied ourselves with or seek to, as long as we maintain that which we need, new deals can be made.
And
I
I've
thank
got
you.
one thing.
Oh, go ahead.
I've
Eric.
got one thing to ask. Until such times as we either succeed or fail, you don't aid this creature.
I have agreed to wait 3 days to see what the outcome of your endeavors are. I will wait those 3 days. I have given my word, and it is honorable. I shall not interfere in either case. But after 3 days, I will treat with whichever ruler is in the office of this mayorship.
We appreciate your sincerity and candor in this matter. We hope with time that you'll be able to regain your trust in us and that we may no longer be obstacles or encumbrances in each other's paths. As I feel that our future could be very bright together, as there is much we both desire, and very little of, sorry, my brain's
It's
blanking
okay.
on the word.
It's okay.
Very little with which we find ourselves at odds.
We will see. When you get to the river's edge, he withdraws a stone from a pouch on his belt and whispers into it. After
We catch what he whispers. I'm assuming it's in Draconic.
it's in Draconic.
Never mind.
It's in Draconic.
Oh, no.
At this point, it is coming towards the twilight of the day. And in the darkness, you see several ships emerge from beneath the waves of the lake. One of them lowers a gangplank to where you all stand. The admiral bows to all of you and then boards his ship, and they sink back beneath the waves of the Lake Vidrin.
Raina will wave.
Okay, that was impressive.
Vespasian just looks like he's seen this before. I mean, now he's not. He's gonna, act as unfazed and cool-headed about it as possible.
Give me a performance roll, Vespasian.
Oh god, where is this? Oh, there it is. Oh, and this is probably not as good. No.
No.
Vespasian tries very hard to keep the look of surprise and awe off of his face. But the two of you have been around him long enough now that you can see the tells that are there.
I mean, it is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Now we know how their boat disappeared where it dropped him off.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, we got ourselves in an interesting situation, guys.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. The rest of his people clearly want to invade and take over most of his lands. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
I mean, and we're just gonna look around. This place, I mean, not everyone here is really that nice.
I'm not sure I want to be under the benevolent heel of anyone.
Neither do I, but I have a feeling that it wouldn't have mattered, because if we did not make allies with him, we would have put the mayor back in rule, then he would have fallen underneath his thumb in a matter of days.
Wow.
You've seen the forces that he has back at the camp. That's not enough to hold this city. Not against a force like that.
No.
Vespasian, what is your goal out of all of this?
Out of this, right now, I'm just trying to get this city, or if you could call it that, to not burn. before we can actually use the people in it. All I know is that right now we need to take back that fortress by whatever means necessary. And if it means making friends with the Dragonborns for now, even if it's against Kolak's wishes, he will come to see the wisdom in it, I think, eventually.
I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah.
I don't think
Well-
we have a choice.
Well, let's see what we can do in the next 3 days and where that leaves us.
That night, Kolak, do you spend it in the camp with the halflings?
Yeah, probably.
Kolak, as you sleep, she comes to you in battle and blood.
Okay.
There's that part of the dream is indistinct by morning. You don't really remember it. You just remember the smell of blood and the sounds of battle, but no real details. But there's a moment where you are sitting around a war camp, a huge fire. Some large animal is roasting on a spit. The smell fills your nostrils. And she sits, the bloody goddess, the master of war. Her spear in one hand and a mug of ale in the other. Her laughter is raucous. Her laughter is filled with passion and violence. She looks at you, directly at you, across the flames, and into your eyes. Where is your confidence, warrior? Fighter, knight, beast. You. She stands up and walks over and slaps your chest with the hand with the mug. Beer kind of sloshes out of it. I have chosen you. I gave you the bloodlust. Now what? You calling me wrong?
No.
She throws the beer stein into the fire, and the fire like licks up in flames suddenly, and then she grabs the bottom of your dragonborn jaws and draws your face to look in her eyes. Stop this self-pity. This is not the strength that you have that I chose you for. Someone needs to return my spear to me. Will it be you?
Yes.
I did not hear you. Will it be you?
Yes!
She smiles. Don't let them put you down on the ground. You have work to do. Bring me my war.
I will bring you the bloodiest of wars. It'll be glorious.
Nethy, you're kind of hovering around the camp while Kolak is dreaming, and the smile on his face as he sleeps in that moment is... You're not sure if you're happy about it or not. But it's that bloodlusty smile he gets before he rips into some kind of living creature.
Nethy's just like, aw, I bet he's dreaming about decapitating someone.
Oh, God.
Look at his
Vespasian.
mouth moving. He's eating someone right now.
Oh,
He's making
It's like
those.
when a dog
He's
starts
making those like.
fighting.
Yeah, exactly. Vespasian, on the other side of the river, in the inn, as you trance, you see a vision. You also sit in a war camp around a fire. The goddess, the blood-soaked, she holds her spear in her lap. She is sharpening it and polishing it, preparing it for war. And she locks a steady gaze upon you. Do you remember what I tasked you with?
Yes, I do. But these tools of war, they're dull. And this is what you expect me to work with. I'm doing the best I can.
There are two sides to war. There is discipline, and there is rage. I need you both. You must find my spear.
It is, but the rage is becoming unchecked. And without the proper balance, I'm afraid I don't even have the necessary tools to be able to do it myself.
There is a priestess of mine in Ridgefoot. It is where the spear was, and it was lost. If you require more immediate guidance, go to her. I know you have many tasks here. You endeavor to find allies. The Dragonborn wishes to start a war, not the one on the seas. Kolak, my servant. I am glad for this.
Yes. But I'm afraid he claims that you've tasked him with leading his armies. Something that you've never tasked me with, but I'm afraid he's not up for the challenge. I see the anger in his eyes. And it's one that can't be quenched or reasoned with.
He is my battering ram, an all-consuming fire. He will cause great amounts of damage to my enemies. You are my blade. You are the subtle act. Your place you will lead as well. As I said, each of you are needed. Neither one of you can command alone.
I will make sure that his war for you is started, as promised.
When you find the spear, you must take the feathers and protect them. There are things moving in the world that wish to bring chaos.
Yes. This is just the start.
It is. She stands up, expecting you to do the same.
I follow.
She salutes you.
And I bow. Give her a very deep bow, an humble bow.
You are dismissed.
Yes, my lady. And I'm going to stand up and start just walking out of camp, I guess.
Yeah, you walk into darkness and return to your trance. We'll end it there for today. I hope you all had fun.
That was something.
Why don't we do some favorite moments? The chat is essentially ruining Kolok in a extremely inappropriate manner. But Alex, you're muted, but I'm getting the point of every action and sound.
Inappropriate as it is, it's still funny.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's amazing.
Try my best not to corpse on camera.
Oh god, it is so good.
I want to know what people are saying. My computer won't load Twitch.
They're suggesting. You go ahead.
They're suggesting a certain type of relationship that Vespasian and Kolok have with Morrigan.
Oh, nice.
A specific kind of relationship. More specifically Kolok's, but yeah. So yeah, fuck. Kolok moment. Damn. There's actually a lot to choose from on this one.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say probably the argument that he had with Merrick when he arrived. Which kind of, like, it really demonstrated, like, yes, I get it. You have been oppressed in a lot of ways. But I don't think you understand what it means to be alone, is the thing. And I think that was a really good expression for Kolok.
Yeah. I agree. Others? Favorite Kolok moments?
I don't know if it's technically a Nethi or a Kolok moment, but the prank on Vespasian. I don't know.
Delivered it so well.
It was very well. It was quickly timed.
Those of you in chat, if you have favorite moments from the stream, please feel free to share them with us. But we do ask that if you share one for a particular character, you will share ones for all the characters so that we can include everybody.
I think my favorite Kolok moment was just when he was blowing up at the other Dragonborn, just talking about, you think you're honorable, what's right about this, kicking out my family, nothing about this is good, and just getting angrier and angrier. I think it really brought out like a type of anger that we haven't seen before, and I was here for it.
Nice.
Yeah, I was going to jump in there as well with the whole the backstory coming out and why you're really pissed off with this guy.
I have to say that just you being a good sport and going along with the possession to the extent that you did, and then like your reaction coming out of it to the whole Kolok's crumpets, it was. I just have to say that I appreciated the fact that you were on board for it.
I'm on board for just about anything. Anybody throws something at me character-wise, I will roll with it, including get the shit kicked out of me.
I think it's gonna be. I like to think that Kolok now has a secret obsession with crumpets.
You're gonna walk in on Kolok, and he's gonna like look up suddenly, and his mouth is just gonna be filled with like pastries. Don't look at me.
I loved Kolok's little, like, essentially, I thought I was really close to my goal, and I just got the shit kicked out of me, and just his interaction with Neffy as she tried to cheer him up a little bit. It was just really the drama. It's beautiful. Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. I love it. Chat has said Kolok answering a demand to yield with "fuck that," and best Kolok moment, the baker also telling Merrick on what it is about what it's like to be a Dragonborn, the not belonging anywhere, and that Merrick didn't quite understand. Merrick understood but didn't quite understand, or at least that's what I think. I'm not sure if she's saying that Merrick didn't understand or that Kolok saying that Merrick doesn't understand.
It was saying, I think it's saying that, like, yeah, Merrick doesn't really understand. I think he, like, gets it on a level, but there's just a level of, like, loneliness that he probably just can't understand. It's not that he doesn't, it's that he can't. It's not possible, like, to experience that and understand what that's like.
Sure. Dio said, Merrick knows he is being called elf by humans or human by elves, but most people don't even know what Kolok is. Yeah. Fiona, favorite Talus moment?
Oh boy, this is a dramatic one. Let's see. Honestly, I liked talking to Lucy and having Talus just be like, listen, I don't know why you're asking me for permission. You gotta make amends, bro. I'm trying to help out my ghost friend here.
Others?
My favorite is the constant furrow of his brows now. That has been mentioned, like, I feel like every episode now, that something's happening, that his brows are just going up there.
Talus's brows are now at the top of his horns.
They've receded into his hairline. For me, I think my favorite Talus moment was just when they were like, it's a fight to the death, and Talus just like laughed.
Dio said the same thing.
To the temporary death, you mean?
I think my favorite Talus moment is just watching him try to, watching his group kind of fall apart and just, trying to hold it together.
Mm.
It's a very, you kind of watch him really, those are, the deepest Talus moments is when he's trying to pull his other friends back out of, the muck and the mud, back up to where he believes that they should be, or the pedestal he puts them on.
Yeah, he's become the heart of the group.
Not quite beaten, but it's at the heart.
We'll get there.
My favorite was Grim growling at the Dragonborn combatants. Got to get his voice in there. So, love that.
You'd like to make his opinion known.
Yes.
Personally, I really loved all the all of the masterful uses of suggestion Suggestion is a spell that just can make everything a whole lot easier, and for basically everybody. And watching him use it to the degree that he did was really really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we wouldn't have got where we were without them.
Zoe, your favorite Lucy / Nethy moment?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think for Lucy, I think it was probably the apology scene and then her leaving. And for Nethy, I think it was either her pep talk with Kolak or just her trying to reassure Kolak that she was doing fine and being like, I can go woo, while still being kind of sad about it.
Yeah, personally for me, Nethy was adorable in the fact that she wanted to make sure that Kolak would be okay. She was very good at the pep talk, just in general. It went very well.
Yeah, I've never seen... this is the second time that Lucy has been there, or Nethy has been there when Kolak has gone on a crazy-ass rampage because of something where he has been cutting down a tree and basically destroying something.
I like Nethy and the foam finger.
Mm-hmm. I also... I have to say, once again, just the fact that Lucy and Nethy feel like such distinct people that you could literally have a conversation between the two of them where you were role-playing both sides. And I think that if you had just spoken as Lucy and then stopped and we heard the mic click that happens before and after you speak, and then we heard it go back on and you spoke as Lucy, that anybody who didn't know you were playing both characters would have thought it was two different people. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy the fact that Lucy also kept reminding us, like, she's like, why am I still here? Like, why have you guys not cut me loose yet?
Yeah.
It's very nice to, like, yeah, it's kind of funny because every once in a while she like pipes up and she's like, yeah, I'm still standing here, and I don't know why.
I was going to say as well with that, it's quite I think it's quite a brave choice to send Lucy off and stay with Nethy, because obviously what does that mean for the characters you're playing? But you played the characters the way they would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I think Lucy's choice is the choice Lucy would make.
Yes. Chat said, Lucy saying she has contacts back in Geneva that she could inform about a possible Dragonborn invasion, since she so clearly just wants to get the fuck out from this craziness. And Dio said, Lucy being the practical and knowing that Geneva must get the info on the Dragonborn as soon as possible. And for Nethy, being there for Kolak and her Kolak Baker joke. And David said for Nethy, cheering up Kolak after the fight by pointing out she didn't even fight back when she was killed. She just tried to run away, but Kolak was brave. So yeah. Bowie has said for, let's see, he's got something for each one. Kolak greatly overestimating his abilities. For Talus, to the death, okay. For Lucy, /Nethy, when the get out of my head, but we're gonna be friends. And yeah, so on to Merrick. Mike, favorite Merrick moment? There were some good ones.
Yeah, I had fun tonight. I have to say I did like the sort of not argument but the discussion with Kolok I think he doesn't quite get the complete loneliness part, but he's kind of that half elf two worlds doesn't fit in, and it gives a bit annoying him that the fact that he can kind of choose not to be with his family, whereas I don't really get to choose either family.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I quite like doing that.
I did too. I think Merrick understands more than Kolok's willing to admit that he understands. I think that's a part of the conversation, is that Merrick is... it's not just that Merrick is of two worlds, he's really of neither world, right? So yeah. I agree. Others?
I love the fact that without even like hesitating, he's pretty much down with just like saving Kolok from a dragonborn that's like trying to kill him. Just immediately ready to come in and just clash blades with this dude to save him, even though they've only known each other for a little while now.
Mm-hmm. There we are.
Hello.
Hi, we hear you.
Our internet crapped out right at the end. I'm so sorry.
Dang, that's okay. We're on Merrick. If you have anything to add.
My favorite Merrick was him just being absolutely like so confused about Nephi and just being like, okay, you stay away from me and someone explain this.
Yes. That was Dio's as well.
Yeah, I love how he was chasing down the other halfling that was like following us, and he just does that with no issue.
Yep.
I know, that was the second he used Zephyr Strike twice, I think.
Yeah, David said Merrick's clutch use of Zephyr Strike to save Kolok, showing he's really grown protective of the Crushers, even as he grumbles about them. David actually said, as a whole, the level of protectiveness and teamwork of the party to save Kolok when the duel went south was awesome. Because Vespasian didn't step in, but he had the archers at the ready. And he had mentioned to... was it Reyna that you had mentioned, like, be ready if things go bad? Right?
Yeah, I had Ray I wasn't sure. I was like, whatever Ray wants to do, she can do. Like because I wasn't sure if he was going to be a spellcaster.
Right.
So Vespasian was, well, if he's going to be a spellcaster, we'll fight fire with fire and
right.
Have Ray step in and unleash the god unholiness that is.
Yeah, it was just a good. It was just good to see like everybody in the team had some way of contributing to making sure that if things went bad, Kolok wasn't going to die.
Which they did.
What's that? Which they did go bad. And Kolok did not die. Other Merrick moments at all from the table before we move to Ray?
Oh, when Merrick, that first use of Zephyr Strike was I liked it when he just basically stood off. Because I was wondering, I was like, if this thing goes south, he is on his own, just from a player standpoint. I'm like, I really hope, because we're walking the opposite way away from him. I was hoping it wasn't going to turn into what happened to Kolok, just with no one around. So I'm glad that worked out, but he handled that very tactfully and got him, even with a low persuasion, got him to kind of, improvise very quick. That was very, very well done. Very well played out.
I agree. Zephyr Strike was clutch. Emmy, favorite Ray moment?
Turning the Dragonborn into a bunny.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
I love the fucking foam finger. Silly shit like that.
Yep. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, with the bunny, my favorite part was when I was trying to, maybe tie up the bunny, so that way we wouldn't have to do that. And she's like, "Nope, it's my friend. You will not touch it." And it's like, okay,
Yep,
can
no,
have-
he's
It's like-
left us alone.
we'll deal with this at a later date. But you know, if this goes south, you're gonna have to kill it, right? And she's like, yep, I understand. Okay.
My favorite moment was how protective she got of Vespasian when she thought the mayor was
Yep.
talking shit. We almost had another dead mayor on our hands.
What if that just becomes a thing? If we just kill like every
Okay.
mayor that we come across?
Killing mayors, man. Just killing mayors.
Just killing mayors.
We lost. We'll ask them if they show back up. And I'm not going to fix the cameras because every time I do, they show back up
Yeah.
right before I'm about to fix them. So I'm just going to leave it for now. We'll be a little off kilter, and it's fine. Yokob, what was your favorite Vespasian moment this evening?
Oh. I think when we were kind of first in town and trying to get everybody out of town. I think that was kind of enjoyable to watch everyone kind of, walk fast through town and trying to get out of town
Mhm.
in one piece. I think that's what was my favorite moment. I mean, I also did enjoy role playing with you just at the very end there, as I haven't really had a conversation with Morgan up until now as a player.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was kind of nice and insightful, and as my character has a lot of things that haven't fully come to light yet, and what his role exactly in Kolok's war hasn't really been revealed to him, but he knows that it's not his war, but
Yeah.
he was there for he's destined for other things. So that was very nice.
Cool. Go ahead,
I
Emmy.
did like you not.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
I was going to say I did like the right at the end when you completely fluffed your performance, trying to not look surprised and shocked. That chink in that breakable armor.
Yeah, he's always so cool and calm, right?
And then he
And
kind of
looking-
gets like almost kind of annoyed with Morgan, and it's just like, well, you haven't really given me what I'm supposed to do necessarily. I haven't really gotten you talked to Kolok apparently multiple times, but not me. What's the deal here, mistress?
Also the fact that even though no one's around, apart from the guard, he still throws shade at Kolok for not being good enough.
Well, if he didn't throw shade at Kolok, it would really be Vespasian.
The ship would die.
Exactly.
He's just trying to figure out why Kolok is chosen. It's hard for him to get his mind around what she sees in him.
Yeah, you're
Just to
both.
him-
Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say,
Look in
Kolok's
the
a
chat.
rogue,
I think that's where it comes from.
doesn't see it, doesn't understand it.
You're both chosen.
Yeah.
She was trying to get that across, that you're two sides of the same coin.
Stop.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's still two sides of a coin. They never see each other, and the faces never see each other. Eye to eye, that's for sure.
Well, one's a
We'll
face,
see.
one's a tail, right? That's how coins
Yeah.
work. That was
I
a
know.
reference to chat.
I mean, what was that? The American coins, though. And one of them's in.
I
Eagle,
also can I just say that the fact that he just kind of took the whole Neffy's a ghost thing in stride. This is what's going on with you? Oh, I'm a ghost. Quick explanation. All right, moving on.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
He's like, I don't want to wait on that. I'm done.
Doesn't matter. It's not important. You're on our side. Great. Let's keep going. I very much just enjoyed the strides towards diplomacy. Like, this doesn't have to be a fight. Perhaps we can give you what you want. There's just Vespasian is very adept at combat, but is at the same time rather eloquent. And well, the nobleman comes out.
I can't really voice the nobleman this week. I'm doing a bad job.
You did fine. It just took you an extra few minutes. The chat said Vespasian just being befuddled by the whole Nethi Kolak situation and continuing to be a skilled negotiator in tense situations. David also said Reyna threatening to burn Riverdam Raft down with a fireball if Ozzy continued to speak disrespectfully to their leader. Dio said Vespasian being diplomatic and practical while dealing with the Dragonborn. Yeah, that's what we got going on from chat. For favorite moment for me was I don't know, getting to reveal a little more information about the Dragonborn. They don't show up a lot.
I loved role playing with Morgan. I thought it was great.
Nice.
Morgan very much has a very specific aesthetic, and the whole idea of being at a war camp while she's just like enjoying a stein. I don't know. I really like that.
Cool.
I did like your playing of the Admiral, and I did like the also the fact that it came across that Common's not his first language, and the just that whole very I'm a complete honorable warrior. You are selling my honor at the same time as well. It was really good.
Cool.
I don't know. I think my favorite was you throwing Ozzy in there because like they're discussing his city and he's just like, wait, what's going on? I think it was a nice reminder that like we're changing things and your NPCs are like, what the hell are they doing?
Mm-hmm. Cool. Thanks, guys. What's that?
Dio. Just saying. He says Morgan is Bayonetta. That's my hint.
Oh God. Well, thanks for joining us.
You've run this kind of new, interesting wrench into the gears. You know, make it where it's not adding the Dragonborns to the mix. I think is a really nice touch, and I think it gives us a lot more, an interesting view of the situation that can we actually come out with our hands clean in every situation on the right side of it, or is there can we do it, or will there sacrifice that has to be made? And I think it's a very interesting kind of question that we have to ask as players, and a moral conundrum going forward I think will be very interesting.
I think so too.
Good job.
It will be interesting. It's going to be we'll see what happens. There's lots going on in Oregon, and you guys stumbled into something that I didn't know which party was going to end up showing up in Riverdam Raft and stumbling into what was going on there, but it happened to be you guys.
It's the right one?
Yay!
What's that?
Do you think it's the right one?
Every party would have had a completely different response to what was happening in Riverdam Raft, right? It's just like with Troll the Troll. Like, two parties have interacted with Troll the Troll, and very different things have come of that. I just know that there are things that are going on in certain places, And as different parties touch on it, it creates different responses to that scenario. I think that having Kolok meet a Dragonborn from the Dragonborn Isles was an awesome moment. And I think even losing the duel was a moment that created some interesting drama that if you guys had knocked on to Riverdam Raft would not have happened, right? Like, so yeah, if the Monday game got to Riverdam Raft for some reason or another and found the Dragonborn there, that would have created some interesting scenarios for them. So I just think it's do I think the right party got there? I just think that it makes sense for what happened today. So it was good. Anyway, it was a fun game. Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
And yeah, Ark did almost go to Riverdam Raft. That would have been on. Yeah, that would have been a whole goddamn different take. That's absolutely true. But yeah, thanks for playing. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in about an hour and a half with the Dance Macabre, and we'll see you then. But these guys will be back next week for Ark. So have a good night. We'll see you all later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, well.